Started to this and convene this special meeting. Are you good, Ben? All right, welcome everyone. Good afternoon. Thanks everyone for being here today for this special meeting of the Wyoming Business Council Board of Directors. Let's go ahead and start, Warren, with a roll call first, since we have several people on the phone, and then we'll do introductions.
Yes, ma'am. Members of the board, please respond as I call you name. Mr. Bland. We did know Jerry was out. Mr. Coyne also was out. Ms. DeVore.
Here.
Thank you. Mr. Easley.
Here.
Thank you. Ms. Getz.
Present.
Thank you. Mr. Harvey. Here. Thank you. Mr. Hoops. Alan Hoops, are you on the line? Ms. Johnson.
Here.
Thank you. Mr. Kenzie.
Here.
Thank you, Mr. Kenzie. Mr. Kenyon. Here. Thank you. Mr. Kinsler. Mr. Lockhart.
Here.
Thank you. Ms. Moore.
Here.
Thank you. Mr. Sopko.
Here.
Thank you. Ms. Tomasi.
Here.
Thank you. Anyone else we missed? Mr. Hoops? Madam Co-Chair, that is a quorum.
Wonderful. Thank you, Warren. Kelly, would you mind kicking us off with introductions, please?
Kelly Lockhart from Jackson, and this truly is my last meeting. A great trip, and I want to thank you all.
Aaron Sopko, Sheridan, and this is my last meeting as well. And I too have enjoyed my stay with the Business Council.
Erin Moore from Cheyenne.
Kim DeVore from Casper.
Mike Easley from Sundance.
Megan Getz from Laramie.
Amy Grenfell, Chief Operating Officer and currently interim CEO.
Cindy Johnson, Green River.
Kathy Tomasi, Kemmer.
And Warren Appel, I'm the Agency Services Manager for the Business Council.
Chuck Kenyon from Torrington.
And Ron Harvey from Orland.
Ron on the phone, would you introduce yourself, please?
Yes, Ron Kenzie from Sheridan.
Wonderful. Thank you for joining us today by phone. Just confirming, Ben, that we didn't get any other board members in the last few minutes? Okay. Wonderful. I know that Mr. Bland and possibly Mr. Hoops may be joining us periodically. Do I need to speak louder?
No, it's feedback from the screen.
No one has ever told me I needed to speak louder. So.
I wonder why.
Before we get started, let's go ahead and stand and do the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And again, welcome to everyone, and please extend or feel my extended thanks for being here today. I'm excited for this meeting. We've got a lot of fun business, and then, of course, our interviews with our two final candidates for CEO. So it's going to be a great day for the Wyoming Business Council. Having said that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Kim DeVore and Aaron Moore, who are co-chairs of our Community Grant and Loan Committee, and let them take it from here.
And this will probably be one of my last meetings of actually chairing this. So Aaron has been a ton of help and will do a fantastic job with this committee going forward. We are joined at the table by Karen and Noelle, the lovely ladies presenting today for our normal grant and loan group. It'll be an abbreviated session. I wanted to take just a couple minutes to thank any community members that are either on the phone or here in attendance with your patience on the CDBG grant requests. I know that the staff has worked really hard trying to work with our funding mechanism from the federal government, and that has not been easy this year. So thank you guys for working so hard. And thank all the community and the applicants for their patience in this process. We're happy to be wrapping this up today at this meeting for sure. So with no further ado, ladies.
Great. Thank you, Madam Co-Chair, and good afternoon, members of the board. We have before you today our recommendations for the Community Development Block Grant or CDBG program. The state of Wyoming received an award of $3,102,693 this funding cycle from the U.S. Department of Urban Development, or HUD. As you can see in your packets, there's a breakdown of funds. So a portion of that fund will go to the Wyoming Community Development Authority for housing-related projects, and a portion of that will be used for administrative fees. So the remaining funds will be available or are available for grant awards to all Wyoming cities, towns, and counties, excluding the city of Cheyenne, as they receive their own CDBG allocation. We received 9 applications on June 1st, 2019 that totaled $3,453,567. Business Council staff reviewed all of the applications. We attended site visits, and then we also completed the CDBG evaluation and approval form to determine a score for each grant application. We are recommending funding for 5 of the 9 projects, and that total will equal $2,087,000 and $599. That sounded weird. Also included in your packets is information on each of the projects. These projects are on a consent agenda, but if you want to discuss any of the applications further, we can pull them off of consent and do that. I also handed out a letter that we received last week from one of the applicants who we are not recommending funding for. We received this last week and just wanted to make sure that you guys had an opportunity to review it. So at this time, I'm happy to field any questions that you may have.
Yeah. I just don't mean to interrupt, but we do have representatives on behalf from Torrington too that would like to speak or answer questions. So we'll give them that opportunity as well.
Okay, well, why don't we go ahead and hear that before we ask questions, just in case that happens to answer any of those. So, our Torrington community?
Madam Chair,
Oh,
I need to recuse myself from this discussion on the basis of I am an appointed official for the city of Torrington also.
okay.
So
Thank you very much, Mr. Kenyon. Oh,
could we remove that from the consent so that he can vote on everything else?
Let's remove the Torrington project from the consent agenda so Chuck can participate in the others.
okay. All right. So, would you like to move that we remove Torrington from?
So I'd like to move that we remove Torrington's project from the consent agenda.
Okay. Second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Okay. So let's consider Torrington first. And thank you very much, Chuck. Hi. Thanks
Good
for
afternoon.
joining us.
Yes, thank you. First off, I want to say on behalf of probably all Wyoming communities, thank you for what you do for our communities. It's a great thing that the state of Wyoming has going. Torrington has benefited a few times from this program. Most recently, we were able to put in new infrastructure for a new motel that was direly needed in the city of Torrington, and to rehab the sanitary sewers in that area of town for our citizens. One thing that may have not been in the application is the city of Torrington is getting ready to replace our main sewer lift station. It's 30 years old. We've got a engineer on board right now, and we're looking at a $3 to $4 million project to rehab that lift station. So the city will be going out for loans for that project. Just like every other community in the state of Wyoming, the city has fallen behind on replacing its infrastructure. During my time with the city as a superintendent for water and sewer, we have done nothing but concentrate on replacing the infrastructure. I don't know that we'll ever see an end to that, but we are doing our best. So with that said, I'd really like your reconsideration on funding the city of Torrington, whether it be for the original request or partial funding. Any help you could give us would be greatly appreciated.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Would you ladies like to address the process you went through, how you chose these dollar amounts, the ones you recommended for approval, the ones you did not?
Yes. In fact, Madam Committee Chair, members of the board, I'll start with this because I was in on the site visit process when we do a pre-application for CDBG projects. That is done in March. They apply in March, and then those are reviewed to see if they fit in the three, national objectives and see if the project fits in the conformities of the CDBG program and all the other federal standards. So then those projects are either given the go-ahead or, do not move forward on applying for the June 1st application cycle. So that's where we came back with these 9 projects that did meet the objectives, meet the criteria. So they applied for the full funding request in June. We go out and we do a site visit. And of course, a lot of these, it's really hard to go out and say, okay, water, sewer. Yeah, you can not physically see that, but you can understand with the maps and things that they've done in the process. So to see how those would fit in. Once we get done doing that and have, if there's any additional information we need, we get that in the, doing our due diligence, like we do with BRC a lot, per se. We get that back, and then we come back and we do a scoring between those that are on the site visits. And of course, that would have been Noel, myself. Stephanie was involved in very early on before she had left the CDBG program, and then Julie as well. So we'll sit down and go through and address certain areas and see how they score in the criteria. And then we put our scores together, which was, we pretty much were across the board with what our scores came up. So anywhere from 250 is a top score to 0. So our highest score was the town of Yoder, which was 188. And that's when we put those together. And that's how we do the federal scoring on that. So it's a matter of, okay, That was 188. The next one was 175, 173, 160, 153, and so forth. And Torrington, at the time, only rated 78. So that's kind of that process there. If there's any more explanation I could give to you, I'd be more than happy to.
Questions? Yes.
So can you remind me, as well as the rest of us, where the funds come from, what the available funds are now?
Okay.
So in the event the board wanted to award money to any of the projects, I noticed there were 4 of them, of course, that were not recommended for funding, what that would look like.
Okay, right now, where the funds come from, of course, this is federally funded. And of course, we just got our 2019 funds in pretty much 2020. So they're always a year behind. And that's where that $3 million come from. And as Noel said too, a portion of that will go to the WCDA program for housing and such. That falls under the HUD housing programs. And then 3% of those total funds are set aside and utilized for admin fees. That means for personnel, copying, things like that, those administrative costs. So that's what leaves us with the balance that we have. And of course, we have done, thank you, Ms. DeVore, for saying our due diligence and getting things cleared up funding, because I was able to clear up quite a few bits of funds too that were hanging out there for de-obligations. So that goes back into the pot, and that's what gives us our total amount.
Yeah, if you look in the memo that I provided, I do have a breakdown of all of that funding of what is de-obligated. So as of December 11th, we had $168,000 de-obligated. And then when we factored in that 3% of administrative fee and the payment that will go to the WCDA, and then included what we are recommending with the 5 projects of a little over $2 million, you can see the balance that would remain would be $390,000. We had left, as we kind of did our recommendations and reading through this, we decided that we wanted to leave a little bit extra through the CDBG program. We can do disaster recovery or disaster relief grants up to $250,000. And so we thought that that would at least give us a little bit of flexibility, that if something came up in the next year or so that would be classified as a disaster relief project, we would have some funding to help that community with whatever that would be.
We do have some other potential de-obligations coming up. That's amounting to maybe around 50,000 tops. And those are potential. They have not been done yet. Those still have to go through the closeout process, which I start tomorrow doing that.
And if you wouldn't mind addressing a little bit about, I know in the committee meeting we discussed sometimes there's overruns on these projects, different aspects, maybe address that you would pull from this excess.
Overruns, I'm sorry, can you?
If something on these particular projects, didn't we have overruns in the past, or?
Yes, I think I understand what you're talking about. What we were talking about too, we have a project in Evansville right now, and it was already approved for funding for the secondary access road. Where this is at, of course, you're familiar with Mills, Evansville, that area, but this is where the Veterans Memorial Cemetery is at. And at the time that project was awarded, and this was in December of last year, 2018 in Laramie, that this was awarded. But this is to create a secondary access road. And this is for public safety measures too, because let's say the trains are stuck on the tracks and fire needs to get through, medevac, sheriff, police, whatever needs to get through, they could cut through on this secondary access road, which actually ties into right where the cemetery is at, right adjacent to their entrance. Well, at the time, the Veterans Memorial, the military department, they're all on board with this. And then they started shying back saying, wait a minute, this cemetery was set aside for veterans to give them, give the families that calm, that peace. And no, this is in Evansville. I'm sorry. But so it was just set aside so that they, the families would have this calm sanctuary to go to visit their loved ones, to, memorialize their loved ones. So now they're backing off. And so what we're doing right now too with Evansville are going back to the table with them to discuss if there is a potential for them to move forward, if there is like some sort of a security gate that the, public service can get through, the sheriff's, police, and so on and so forth. And that might, kind of ease their apprehensions too. And if that were to be the case, and that would be, a little bit of extra monies that they could come back and apply for it to help for those cost overruns. But I think that's what you're talking about.
That's what I remember. Any other questions from board members? Ron?
Karen, Noel, tell me, this is federal funds. I understand that. It stops here. Our decision's final. The scoring that you talk about, is that a federal scoring system? If it is, what's the federal government going to say if we're giving money to somebody with a low score? How does that affect that?
It is a federal document that we use to score it. But I do believe that they take into account other factors that might be outside of the specific questions that they ask within the scoring. So we just would have to provide an explanation when we request that funding from the federal government of why we approve that project or whatever it would be.
Thank you.
Mike?
Maybe you answered this and I just didn't pick up on it, so my apologies. So you take the 250 from the 390, that leaves some left in the account, right? And you're saying that balance is on reserve for overruns of other projects, or is it?
It would be for that. It could also be for, so for example, the $700,000 for the WCDA, that's an approximate figure. We're still finalizing the contract with it. So that figure might be different. It might be a little higher. It might be a little lower. So we want to make sure that we had a little bit of wiggle room for things like that, for potential overruns.
Yeah. Emergency.
Yeah.
And then does unused funds carry over to the next year then?
Yes, correct, they do.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. So shall we decide this discussion on Torrington first, then go back to the consent? Sorry. I have to ask her. Okay.
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Kelly.
Typically, a consent agenda is approved first, and then the ones that are pulled out are typically done afterwards. Not to be critical of Robert's rules, but that's typically how it's done. So I think it would be more appropriate to handle the consent.
Okay.
That's fine as well.
All right. Do I have a motion?
We would need a motion to approve the consent agenda first.
Move we approve the consent agenda.
Okay.
Second. Oh, sorry, Aaron.
Go ahead.
I had to get in the minutes one more time.
Any discussion? Okay, all in favor of approving the consent agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
And then we would
Then we have to vote
on the consent agenda itself. Yes.
Would anyone like to motion? Vote on the, Mr. Harvey.
Now, we are to Torrington now, or we're on the consent agenda now? Okay, I just want to make sure before I make.
Consider the consent.
I would make a motion to consider the consent agenda and pass. Staff
recommendation.
Staff
to
recommendation.
pass? Okay. A second? Okay, second Kelly, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, now let's consider Torrington.
And before, Madam Committee Chair, before you do Torrington, I think that Mr. Hoops and Mr. Coyne have joined us. Possibly?
Gentlemen?
Alan, John, have you joined the phone call? Okay, I know they are trying to. They had a different number, so they are trying to. So we may hear from them soon. Okay, and would everyone please speak into the microphone so both folks on the phone as well as the audience can hear?
Warren, do you want to give us the okay when they're in?
I can't see that. Ben, can you?
Okay.
I think we can go ahead.
Move forward.
Yes.
Okay, so for Torrington consideration, do I have a motion?
I move to approve staff recommendation for the Torrington.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the staff recommendation for Torrington.
I'll second that.
Second by Kathy. Any discussion? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 All opposed? Motion passes. And someone just came in.
This is
Alan?
John.
Oh, great. Hi, John. It's Megan. Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Hey, we're going to move on to the next agenda item in grant and loan. Whoops, I heard somebody.
Oh, I think Alan also joined. We were both sitting on another line, so apologize.
Alan, are you there? This is Megan. Okay. Well, John, just for your clarification, we're on part 2 of the Community Grant and Loan Committee portion of our agenda.
Thank you all.
And under consideration now is the City of Cheyenne Enhanced Use Lease Agreement.
All right.
Hello.
Good afternoon, Madam Subcommittee Chair, Board. Okay, this one is working. So today we are here to discuss a request from the City of Cheyenne for an exception to contingencies that were originally set on a previous grant and loan award. In June of 2018, the SLIB awarded a $3 million grant and approximately $1,300,000 loan to the City of Cheyenne to provide water and sewer infrastructure to the F.E. Warren Air Force Base Enhanced Use Lease Project. At that time, the contingencies put on the award were completion of the environmental review, annexation of the property to the City of Cheyenne, and an executed lease between F.E. Warren and the developer. Today, the city has requested, not today, a few weeks ago, the city requested an exception to allow up to $400,000 from the award to be used to complete design work as well as geotechnical testing to help move the project forward before the rest of the contingencies can be met. Since the award was given in June, the project has found some difficulty in finalizing that enhanced use lease due to the need for the design to be completed, to have complete cost estimates, and then to be able to attract additional investment. The Joint Powers Board of Laramie County did award a grant to complete the environmental testing and review, so that contingency has partially been met. Once completed, once the design work is completed, the City of Cheyenne will maintain ownership of those designs. We have provided you with the additional documentation that we requested from the city to work through the some of the concerns that we had regarding the request for the exception. And today, staff recommends allowing the release of up to $400,000 to be used for geotechnical testing and infrastructure design work that will then allow the project to meet the rest of the contingencies and move forward.
So as I understand it, this is a request for an amendment to the grant.
Correct. It's simply an amendment. It was the budget actually called for this type of design work initially, but the contingencies, it's a little bit of a chicken and egg. We can't move forward with the contingencies until we know sort of the full scope.
Okay.
One thing to add, I'm loud enough to say, one thing to add too is that the grant and loan have not been executed. So it is an amendment, but it's not, because we have not executed those documents. So this is something I'll be incorporated and move forward in these documents. It's kind of a project that has not started in a year. So, and there's that project scope change a little bit like this.
Okay.
So we don't have anything executed, so we move forward with these changes in place.
So it's an amendment to our approval.
Exactly.
Okay. Any questions?
I have some questions. So Heather, what was the purpose or what was the reason for the delay in the design? Can you explain that?
The money, mostly. The budget originally did call for the use of some of that grant award to help with the design specifically for that water and sewer infrastructure leading to the parcel of land, and then as well as what sort of the layout would be for that infrastructure within the property. But without being able to access that money, the City of Cheyenne isn't able to pay for that outside of this grant, and so it's just stuck.
Okay. And what is the expected timeline? Do you have any idea of that?
I don't think they provided us with an expected timeline, although this is a little bit more of an urgent matter. The city would like to help move this project forward. As most of you are probably aware, there's other things going on at F.E. Warren Air Force Base with the ground-based strategic deterrent project. And those decisions will be made relatively soon. So it's important for the city of Cheyenne and F.E. Warren to address some of the concerns for workforce housing sooner rather than later.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes.
Committee Chair, I'd make a motion to accept staff recommendations.
Okay, we have a motion to accept.
Second.
Second by Mr. Sopko. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you very much, ladies. And I believe we're back to you.
Wonderful. Alan, are you on the phone? And
Yes, I am.
wonderful. And Mayor Orr, I just was remiss to not recognize you earlier. Thank you for being here today and for the good work you're doing for your community.
Thank you, and thank you. Yes, you did. Thank you, and happy New Year.
Thank you. Welcome, Alan. We're on the Business Contract and Loan Standing Committee portion of our agenda. We're glad that you joined us. With that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Harvey, the committee chair for this committee.
Thank you, Megan. I am just going to immediately turn it over to Josh.
Madam Co-Chair and members of the board, I think the first item on the agenda looks like the amendment to the Land Investment LLC lease for the WBC headquarters. So I'll let Warren do the explaining on that one before I go. So.
Thank you, Mr. Harvey, members of the board. Before you today for consideration is Amendment 1 to the lease with Land Investment LLC that would extend our current lease for the facilities in Cheyenne that the Business Council uses as headquarters through June 30th, 2022. It is a like terms amendment. There are no changes, flat rate increase. So we are recommending that for your passage today. I am more than happy to answer any questions you may have about the lease, our properties, anything of that nature.
I'd like to generally, I know Amy and I have discussed this before previously when our last amendment came up, there was significant board discussion just for the edification of our newer board members about our facilities and whether or not they were not only meeting the needs of the Wyoming Business Council, but providing the type of space that we believe the Wyoming Business Council needs to capture and be significant to both our current business owners but potential business owners in the state of Wyoming. We've talked about the fact that it's two different facilities. It creates a little bit of consternation with staff being in two different locations, as well as just generally the image that we think is so important for the Wyoming Business Council to portray. I know we talked a lot about exploring whether or not there were other facilities that we might be able to consider. And so I guess Warren or Amy, if you would just address that before we move forward with another lease extension.
Yes, so we have explored potential other locations. We need approximately 10,000 square feet to equal what we roughly have today. It would be nice, as Megan mentioned, to be under one roof versus the two separate buildings. Ideally, it would increase work relationships if we were in one building. We have not yet been able to find another space that would meet some of those needs of the size that we need. We do enjoy being in downtown Cheyenne. That is important to many of the team members of the Business Council, and so that's one of the other things that we've been looking at. This lease is actually not up until the end of June, but we do feel now is the right time to go ahead and move forward with these. We've been working through lease negotiations with the property owner, and to be perfectly honest, and this is my personal feeling, I feel that for us, we have a new strategy, we have a new CEO coming on board, and I think there's some benefits to stay in our current space until we find a better option at this point in time.
Any other? Oh.
Go ahead, Ron.
Any other questions for Warren or Amy? Warren, you got any?
I have one question.
Kim?
What are the termination terms in
So
the lease?
the termination terms, we retain full rights to terminate, subject to, I believe it's 60 days notice.
No penalty.
With no penalty, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
I will add, before we vote, on somewhat of a personal note, our long-term landowner, of course, the Business Council has been housed in these facilities for going on 22 years now, and our landlord there is rather unwell. In fact, is currently in the hospital in Denver. I do have a Get Well sympathy card I will send around. If each of you would please sign that, I will see to it that it gets to her family, in as much as she has been a gracious landlord to us for these years.
Kelly.
So I missed that, Warren. What's the termination provision, the notice?
The termination requirements are 60 days written notice, and we hold the terms to those terminations.
So that's tenant only, not landlord?
Correct.
And then I have one other question. So you look for additional space. Did you look for additional space, or was there any discussion about whether the Business Council ought to be housed in Cheyenne or someplace else in the state?
Mr. Lockhart, the answer to that question is we have not contemplated that it should be housed outside of Cheyenne. That is something that could be contemplated. There is certainly no obligation for us to stay there, but it has been a good place, and there are a number of advantages to being there, not least our access to the other pieces of state government.
Great. Since Megan in my outgoing discussion said that I did sometimes ask questions that were uncomfortable, now that we're going to have a new CEO, I guess I would think that that is a discussion that you as a new board and the new CEO might actually ask oneself. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Any other questions? I'd like to apologize, Warren. I didn't notice your name under there when I looked at that.
Quite all right.
So I guess we're at a point, if there's no questions, to entertain a motion.
I would move to approve.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Anybody on the phone with further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Now I will turn it over to Josh.
All right. Thanks, Ron. Madam Co-Chair and other members of the board. The first item on the agenda today of two is one that I know we've been kind of talking about for a little bit, but the first one is basically a payment reprieve from the annual payment due from the Western Sugar Cooperative beet growers in and around the Powell area. As you can see on page A5, I went through a very detailed timeline of weather patterns and temperatures and all kinds of fun stuff that I'm sure isn't really too exciting, but the bottom line is it was a very short season. The crop got in the ground late, the snow came early in the fall, and the yield wasn't very good, and a lot of the crop ended up being left in the ground. And so one of the ideas at the last board meeting was to skip a payment this time around and still have annual payments due going forward. So what I have done is I've recalculated all 31 of these applicable loans, and you'll see it would increase future payments by almost 16% on average for each of these growers. And so the average loan size is just over $100,000 for these. I also wrote a memo yesterday that, depending on the board's decision today, will go out promptly today, basically giving them two options. If the board should choose to skip a payment this year, the growers would be allowed to take advantage of that. They would need to notify me by February 1st that they were doing that so that I could get all of the amendments to all of those contracts done as well. But if they do not choose to skip a payment this year, that they could pay as usual, and we would not charge a late fee as long as the payment was received by March 1st. So with that, basically, the staff's recommendation is to allow the growers to skip a payment this year. The accrued interest will be capitalized and added to the loan balance and re-amortized over the life of the loan. One other thing is that the rules of the program say that the term of the loan will not exceed 10 years. So instead of trying to reopen rules and do emergency rules and change one line, I thought this was a little better and a little more proper response rather than trying to change rules, and it becomes very complicated doing it that way and slow. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
I guess I would like to add just a little bit to that. Living in that south of that area and growing up in the Powell area, I have been up in there and drove around some of the farms and looked, and it's a pretty sad day to drive around and see beets laying in the ground rotten. Granted, those farmers didn't have to pull them, so they didn't have some expense, but it's a pretty sad view to drive down, and now they have the cows and the sheep in the fields eating the beet tops, and that's basically what they're getting out of it. So, any other comments? Kim?
Josh, have you had any discussions with the borrowers? Were they amenable to this option?
Yes, I've had some conversations. Some have asked, have said that they don't want to skip a payment this year. Others have asked if they could. And so it's interesting, a lot of the operations, most of them don't just grow beets. Some of them have other things that they do, whether that's cattle or different crops. And so they were able to maybe weather the storm a little bit, pardon the pun. So thank you.
And some of them, maybe all, I don't know, but there was crop insurance available, and some of them took advantage of that, and that doesn't cover everything, but it is something that helps them through the process. So, any more questions for Josh?
This is John on the phone. I have a couple, if I may.
Go ahead, John.
And I think Ms. DeVore maybe beat me to the punch here a little bit, but we have not had an opportunity, given the situation, to necessarily underwrite the individuals that credit is extended to in the moment. Is that fair, Josh?
Yes, it is.
And so on some levels, are you still comfortable with the reserves that you set aside, recognizing that an increased payment and amortization over the remaining life may help in the moment, but could put further stress on them coming forward?
Madam Co-Chair, Mr. Coyne, I think that's definitely something to consider. I feel comfortable with our amount of reserves at the moment. I don't know. It's interesting considering the responses of people that I have heard from to see how many will actually take advantage of this. I suspect the majority of them will. And my idea is that instead of trying to open up the rules to extend the term, maybe I would try to work on that this year so that that could be allowed, because I fear that what's going to happen is that it's going to be a finesse job for the next 7 or 8 years of working with these growers to figure out what they can afford, and given future ups and downs, and it'll take some massaging, I think, is what's going to happen. And so this takes care of it right now, but there probably will have to be some more changes to the rules or something that can make this just to try and help make sure we get repaid. So.
Yeah, and you're all over this. I know that, Josh, but I guess what I was wondering is part of this, for lack of better terms, modification, if you want to put some provision in there that allows you to receive their financials coming forward, so that as you walk that modification, you have some abilities to provide that finesse that you just spoke about coming forward, or at least be in a position to know where you want to be, or what those hurdles may be for those individuals through the process. Because as I think everybody knows, it is a devastating crop year in the basin for sugar beets, specifically from Western. So, I know the support is very necessary. I just want to make sure that we're not just helping in the moment, but we're aware of the challenges that will likely take place over the coming years to try to deal with this as a whole.
Yeah, and I think that we're all, well, me, are prepared for that. And so I think it probably wouldn't be a bad idea maybe just to get updated financials or information from each of them. I think we probably know what they're going to look like when I get them, but I can do that. And as all the bank examiners like to say, document. So I will do that.
Well, and so much in my mind, more than even that, is just knowing, so you do have those reserves right. And I agree, you have an extraordinary amount of reserves set aside. I certainly commend you in my own mind for that thought process, but this may allow you to just feel a little more accurate through the process if you can see where that's coming from.
Sure.
Ron, can I just clarify a question with John?
Yeah, and then after that we'll go to Cindy. First, John, was that all?
Yeah, so I really got an opportunity to ask questions I wanted to, so thank you.
Okay. I just, without being able to see him, I needed to know if he was done. Yes, and then I'll go to you.
Ari, I will give
It's just a quick banker question.
him the next because my question was so similar.
So John, quick question just to clarify. Is your suggestion that we add a provision that we could request financials? Not that we add a provision that we will on a regular basis request?
Yeah, I think that's fair, Kim. Ultimately, what I was trying to ask through that process is if it would be advantageous to have a provision like that for Josh going forward in order to make sure that we don't have an unintended consequence coming down the road.
Okay, and that's just from a banker's standpoint. What we don't want is to put a provision in there that we require financials annually or quarterly, because then if we do not have them, we're out of compliance with our own provision. So a provision that we could request them if we would like. That way Josh isn't requiring financials. Let's say half of our borrowers make their payment on schedule. We wouldn't want to put them through extra hoops if we didn't feel it necessary.
Thank you, Kim.
All right, thank you. Cindy?
I was just going to add one last piece, and I know you work hard and your reports are wonderful. But as we go forward, coming from farms myself, I'm a farmer's daughter, will you go through and give us an estimate of each of the farmers? Because some of them have other forms of income and some of them don't. Can you give us an estimate of how many of these farmers may default on their loan? What the percentages, maybe you have an idea of 65% of these loans will eventually not even be paid, that we will not receive money from, if there are any of these farmers who you feel may never be able to pay.
I can certainly get that to you if you would like. It is kind of staring into the crystal ball a little bit of trying to know that, and at the last meeting, I know we talked about payment reserves and allocations for losses and all of those things, and that you really have to kind of rely on historical data. And so, I can tell you we have charged off 14 loans in 21 years of the Business Council for a total of about $500,000. And of those 14, 7 have been economic disaster loans, so half of them have been. And that amount is right around, I think it's about $250,000. So I think it's tough. I don't want to give you bad information. You have a little bit of a gut feeling, but I think really we have to rely on historical trends and data. And like I said, it's going to take a lot of massaging in the coming years to help work with these people and get it paid. So.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Kelly.
So let me see if I get this right. So we may get paid because those that want to pay will be able to pay now, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And then those that don't will have that extended to January 1, 2021. So that's when you would have an indication of what you have in terms of ability to pay. So you're looking at basically really not having a lot of information for about a year. And then you don't anticipate necessarily asking for that financial information until those payments are in default, which would not be a year from now. So we're basically just kind of kicking this down the road for a year and then say look at it a year from now.
We wouldn't look at it in a year from now. What we would do is we would just skip a payment. The maturity of the loan will stay the same. And so instead of, if your annual payment was $5,000 a year this year and you decide to pay that, that's fine. That will continue to be $5,000 going forward. But if you skip next year, it will be,
So what I'm saying is a year from now, if you skipped it,
so
you would then know what the likelihood of those loans being able to be brought up to date are.
Correct.
Great. I think I understand.
Okay, any more questions?
Move to approve staff recommendation.
Have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Kim. Any further discussion? Any further discussion on the phone? Just to make sure. Okay. Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Okay. Gotta wait for it to quit scrolling. Okay, economic disaster declaration, is that where we're at?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Right. The next item on the agenda is an economic disaster declaration for Goshen County. As we're all aware, on July 14th, the Fort Laramie-Garing Irrigation Canal collapsed in Goshen County, affecting the Goshen Irrigation District from receiving water for about 6 weeks in the hottest time of the summer. So, long story short, hay and alfalfa crops are ones that are not covered by insurance, and it was requested from Goshen County to help those producers, as it is a large amount of the crop that's grown in Goshen County for alfalfa. So I have gone through a number, and I'll kind of give you the process a little bit in regards to how we determined how much money to ask for. You'll see down there, staff recommendation is $5,203,602. And what ended up happening was I first received a list of all 417 members of the Goshen Irrigation District. They received a mailer. I then visited with all 5 bank presidents in Torrington on November 25th to talk to them about how this works. They asked that I would extend the survey date to January 1st of this year to allow them to not only do some annual reviews, but give producers a chance to apply for it. So that was fine with me. At the close of the survey on January 1st, we'd received 36 responses, totaling almost 18,000 acres in Goshen County. So the next step becomes, how do we value each acre for what it's worth in regards to hay production? I visited with Brian Lee, who's the ag economist at the Sarah facility in Lingle. So we took the spot price on the day that the canal collapsed, which was at $160 a ton. We then took a 5-year USDA census data in regards to yield for how many tons per acre are grown in Goshen County, which turned out to be 4.05 tons. And then basically the difficult part was how many cuts were lost. So if somebody gets 3 cuts of alfalfa a year and you're down for 6 weeks, does that mean you lost 1 cut? Does that mean you lost 1.5? Some of the bank presidents had requested that we do a 50% loss, and I personally felt that was a little high. And so ultimately I settled on 45% for a loss amount, which equates to $291.60 an acre. I talked to the Goshen Irrigation District to see how they felt about that number, and they were amenable to that and felt very appreciative for that value, and that again, they were very thankful that we were even willing to help at all. So the next steps will be to reach out to all 36 of those folks, collect all of those documents that I will have to underwrite all of those for, and then close each loan individually to each of those. So basically, with this occurrence, it was a little different than what we've done in the past, because it wasn't as it was very cut and dried in the past. Like, you knew how many beets were harvested, you knew how many were lost, you know how much those were worth and who brought what to the plant. With this one, it was a little more difficult in regards to, some guys get 4 cuttings, some guys get 3, some people have 6 tons per acre, some have 3. So it was a little more trying to be a little more targeted and focused, and yet be equitable to everybody in Goshen County. So I feel like I've done that. Receiving the feedback I've received so far, other people like that number as well. And so with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Before we do the questions, so you understand, there's actually 2 staff recommendations on this. The first one is to declare the declaration, and I have to look to see what the second one says. And then the second one is to authorize the dollar amount. So
Is to authorize the what?
the dollar amount of $5,200,000 plus. So questions for Josh?
Mr. Committee Chair, I wouldn't have a question, but just, I think the process that you went through, Josh, in working with the communities and trying to make sure that this was handled as much as possible to help those farmers out there, it is appreciated.
Okay, anything else for questions? Okay, Kim.
Maybe just one quick statement for all those outgoing board members. You're never completely off the hook, because I'd like to thank Cactus Cavello. He also has always been our kind of person to go to and ask questions, and we ran this whole methodology. He cooperated and helped quite a bit too. So, you might be called upon.
Okay, if no questions, I'd entertain a motion for the first staff recommendation.
Mr. Chairman, I recommend that, or I move that we accept the staff recommendation for the declaration of an economic disaster.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. To the second staff recommendation.
Chairman,
Kelly.
is there any public comment?
Oh, good point. Is there any public comment? One thumbs up, Kelly, that's it.
I move to approve the second staff recommendation as to the amount.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second? Second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Is that all, Josh?
All I have. So
I still have a year to go, but I think the several leaving have to be impressed about Josh and his staff of himself. They do a tremendous job, and I don't know how many of you there are behind you that look like you, but thank you for what you do.
absolutely.
Back to you.
Okay, thank you, Ron. Appreciate that. No worries. We're going to adjust a little bit right now. I am going to go ahead and turn it over to Mike Easley, who is the incoming co-chairman of the Business Council, to talk about committees. We're going to do that. Because it's on the agenda. We're just going to flip the agenda and talk about committees and when the next meetings are. And then that way, when we'll take a break, and when we resume from the break, we'll go ahead and do interview stuff.
Okay. So I guess because of the great experience that we've had under your leadership, Megan, with the advisory committee, and how helpful that's been not only for what we've done with the Business Council and getting some good candidates and getting good public input. I want to continue that next year, or when we start back in March with my year. And so in addition to the normal committees that we have identified here on the agenda, and to sort of heads up you, so you can be prepared for this assignment. As Cactus knows, we never quite let go of you, right? Would like to have a committee, a special committee form that would be a board advisory committee. And we'd like you to chair that committee for us. And I would envision that it would be filled by people that are important stakeholders to the Business Council. We've identified lots of those through this process of the CEO search, and I hate to lose that energy. And would like you maybe to consult with us, the exec committee, as we get closer to March, and then come back in March, sit at the table with us as the chairman of that committee, non-voting, obviously, but to help us maintain the great momentum that we've got with all the external contacts and external stakeholders of the Business Council. And that will also help us, help me next year, not having you as a past co-chair to kind of help out. We'll at least have some contact with you and be able to help us through that. So wanted to speak with that in the context of the committees that we'll be assigning next year. We'll be, between now and March, we'll be reaching out to all the board members to talk about committee assignments, starting with the exec committee, get that finalized, and then go to the standard committees that we have identified here. When we start those up after or the meeting in March, one of the things I want to also do is have officially recognize like vice co-chairpersons of those committees, so we can have develop some bench strength on the committees, but also have it to where if somebody's gone, there's somebody designated to run that committee meeting, and it'll be developing bench strength plus providing coverage and maybe relieving some pressure that folks may have. So just a heads up on stuff that's coming, and appreciate having that agenda item modified to include this discussion. And look forward to keeping you around for a little while longer, Megan. So remember all those things, all that stuff where you were cracking the whip on us? We're gonna probably still gonna let you do that.
I do think that, Mike, thank you. I think there has been some good momentum gained, as you indicated, about inclusion, and Amy and her team have worked really hard under our 2019 key initiatives to develop partnerships, and maintaining that is important. So if you all have me, I'll sit there and tell you what to do.
You're here.
That's something that I think you'll need to take official action on in March because it is a special board meeting. We can't add an item now, but I think Mike was worried that I'd come back in March and hover. So thank you. Just as a reminder, that March board meeting will occur March 4th and 5th in Grable. And then the committee meetings are indicated on the schedule, at least in the week, as indicated on the last item of our agenda. So, okay, it's 1:05. I would like for everyone to take a quick break and return at 1:10. We're going to do a 5-minute explanation of the interview process, and then move straight into the interview of Josh Durrell at 1:15. So get to it. So let's make sure we get them to the table during the break.
I did.
All right. All right, welcome back, everyone. We are back in session of this special meeting of the Business Council Board of Directors. Our table has gotten bigger and it is awesome. I want to take a few minutes to have folks at the table introduce themselves. We have had a really, I think, collaborative and transparent interview and CEO search and process. I couldn't really be more proud or more thankful of those within our community that have given their time, given their input, their resources to help us complete what I feel has been an excellent search process. The advisory search committee was comprised of certain members of the board of directors, certain staff, also various folks within our community to provide us input from the university, from the legislature, from WEDA and local economic development corporations, to Endow, to private business and history among the Wyoming Business Council. And I You have been so helpful and so active within our agency to make us better and align us with what the governor and the legislature wants. And this is the type of communication that I hope will continue into the future. So for all of you, thank you so much for serving. Thank you for being a huge part of this. We did have, of course, University of Wyoming representative Chris Boswell. And so having the University of Wyoming involved, educational perspective, has been super as well. Bob Viola served on behalf of Endow, and think I covered everyone. Amy and of course Hava Case, you guys have really made this seamless. Thank you for your efforts and thank you for your time. There have been many a nights where we have been up pretty late to make this process as expedient as we possibly could. For those that may not know or don't recall, we started this process the last week of September, the week after our former CEO announced his resignation. Through the first few weeks of October, the search committee looked to refine the CEO's job description, essentially, and the evaluatory metrics that we wanted in the next person that would head and be the president of this organization. We also defined what the schedule was going to look like and considered a lot of other extraneous factors that go into a national search such as this. For instance, we considered whether we needed a headhunter. We considered whether we needed an accelerated schedule or a de-accelerated schedule, and what was best for the agency. In the month of November, we elicited more than 160 applications nationally from folks that were interested in the position. In December, we were able to conduct 2 rounds of interviews. We conducted phone interviews as well as in-person interviews, ultimately resulting in a determination by this committee and the executive board of 2 finalists. So with that, I am very excited that we're here today to have the finalist interviews. Our finalists are Josh Durrell and Steve Farkas. For those that are listening, we will not announce who the next CEO is today. So the process will be such that Josh will proceed forward with his interview. We'll take a break. Steve will proceed forward with his interview. The advisory search committee will join us in executive session. The advisory search committee will then be excused from executive session, and the board will make a determination. The only action we may take after adjourning from executive session is simply to move forward with the recommendations that were discussed or concurred upon within executive session. From there, myself as well as Mike Easley and any other members of our board will negotiate or do what we need to do with the selected candidates. And then that candidate, once all of those I's are dotted and T's are crossed, will be announced. I don't expect for that to be until next week. So just wanted to let everyone know that there's no reason to wait around. We want to be very mindful and thoughtful and respect the candidate and the candidate's current employment as we consider this situation. Okay? So the way that the interviews are going to work, I'm going to invite Josh up to the table here in a second. We're going to engage in a 5-minute introductory session. You all have introduced yourself already to Josh. So I don't know that that's necessarily needed at this point since he's heard that, but he is going to introduce himself to us. Then we are going to engage in allowing Josh up to 30 minutes to make a presentation. The directions for the presentation were to take 2 of our action items within our refresh strategy and discuss how they would be advanced to both the staff, the board, as well as the legislature. Okay? So any 2 action items within our refresh strategy were allowed to be vetted and chosen by the applicant, and there were no further directions or assumptions made to the applicant about how to proceed. After 30 minutes is up, or when the applicant is finished, whatever comes first, we will then use the remaining time within the hour and 15 minutes to ask the applicant questions. There have been no preconceived questions that have been developed. There have been no preconceived question and answer dialogue between any of the board members that has been developed. It's simply an opportunity for anyone on the search committee to ask the applicant questions and engage in that dialogue. The only thing that I'd ask you to do is try and speak really loudly or use your microphone so that those on the phone and those that are watching via video have the opportunity to hear what is being asked. Okay. There will not be an opportunity for public comment. So I just wanted to make that clear. The public will not be permitted to ask the applicant questions nor provide any public comment on the interviews themselves. We know that you've done that through this process. And believe me, you have, and it's appreciated. I should note that the staff did have meet and greets yesterday. One was in the morning, one was in the afternoon with both of the candidates. That was followed up by HAVA implementing a survey of questions that included the opportunity for free information, and there were multiple responses, dozens of responses last night that were sent to me about those interactions with the candidates that have been advanced to the members of the board that are on the search committee, just because it came way late last night. So that is out there, and of course we have received a lot of public input from the time that the public announcement was made announcing the 2 finalists through today. Anyone have any questions or anything else to add to the process? Okay, with that I would note that it's about 1:25, and Josh, if you'd like to come forward. Well, we will go for the next hour and 15 minutes. So I turn it over to you. Welcome and thank you for your interest in this position.
Thanks. Before we get started, just quickly, Ben, is the microphone working? Sounds like it's working. Also, the presentation, is it queued up and ready to go? So it's next? Great. All right. Thank you very much. I want to echo the comments that Megan made about thanking the group that's been involved with this. And it's actually not just this group, right? I think a lot of this has been over the course of the last year with the staff at the Wyoming Business Council developing the strategy and work that's been done laying that groundwork. And thank you for involving being part of this process, because it's been really educational for me. I have enjoyed this tremendously. It has been great to open my eyes up to what's possible in the state, what some of the challenges are in the state, daunting as they may be, exciting as they may be. And it's been a really good experience. And I've enjoyed it. It's been a lot of fun to get to know people. It's been a little bit interesting and nerve-wracking at times, but I've enjoyed the heck out of it, and I hope to continue with it. One thing that I did want to start out with before we get into maybe my path, talk a little bit about why we're all here and why you're here and why you spend the kind of time and energy and effort in what you're doing. And while I think it's definitely because we're driven and we're professionals and we want to see the state succeed, but more than anything, we're doing it so that future generations will be able to enjoy Wyoming in the ways that we have, and maybe even better than we have. The idea of leaving Wyoming better than we found it is really, really attractive. And it's not just an idea for you, it's actually something that you're doing. And so thank you for that, and I really hope to be part of that. And I really hope too that as we go through this presentation, you see that it is something that it fits within where I want to go in life. And I think that there are some special skills that maybe I can bring that will help that. And so thank you very much for doing that. Thank you for the opportunity. And I really appreciate the work that's been done to put the strategic plan together and a lot of the ideas that are behind it. As you look at the strategic plan, it starts off with a couple things that are really, I think they're great. And it's that purpose and vision. And the idea that we need to really help those core industries continue to be viable in the future and leverage them so that we can attract new economic sectors, that's exciting, right? That's exactly how it should be. And the work that went into it is really cool. It's a lot. In talking with the Business Council staff and the board members, you could tell that it wasn't just something that you knocked out on the 11th hour. It was something that took a lot of legwork. It took a lot of listening. And so to be able to be part of that is really exciting to me. And the idea of diversifying our economy, yeah, of course we want to do that. That's not a new concept, right? I think that since the 50s, maybe even longer, I didn't go too far back in the history books, but that's been a really key component of what we're trying to accomplish in the state. And to be part of that, and to maybe have it be that we don't talk about diversifying it anymore, we just talk about continuing to grow it, would be awesome in the next few years, right? And so to be part of that is incredible. And I really appreciate the vision and why we're doing it, right? To keep people and make opportunities available to them and within this state. And so with that, I did think it would take a little bit of time and talk about my path here. See where we are. Where should I point it? There we go. That's not the capital. For those of you, I know a little bit more geography than my son. That's not the capital. That's Rawlins. That's actually where I grew up. I'm technically a transplant. I came from Missouri. I was there for a whopping 8 months. But it turns out in the mid-'70s, Missouri wasn't exactly a hotbed of economic development either, at least where my dad and my mom were. And so after my dad got out of Vietnam, they went back home for a while in Missouri and realized that there wasn't a whole lot of opportunity there. And so they came west to the coal mines in Hanna, and he spent his career at those coal mines in Hanna. And so I got to see firsthand a lot of the fun with extraction, right? Some of it was great. In aggregate, it was great. But there were definitely some times when it was challenging for my friends and my neighbors and the folks in those towns and communities around there. And it really helped shape me. One, I love Wyoming. I've been here my entire life, luckily, except that little stint in Missouri, which doesn't really count. But I've been able to develop a life and a career here and call this my home, which is uncommon. And so I would say to you that I am a husband, I'm a father, I'm a coach of youth sports, very loosely a coach of youth sports. And I'm also a businessman, and I'm an instructor at the University of Wyoming. And those are things that are important to me. And luckily, I've been able to do those my entire life here in Wyoming. And it's been fantastic. I have enjoyed every minute of it. It's not always been easy, but I've really, really loved it. And I've been lucky to do that. As we take a look at sort of my path from college to here, you know, I assumed as a child that I would have to leave Wyoming. I assumed it. I assumed I'd go to school, get an engineering degree, and go somewhere else and work, and maybe one day return, but I assumed I would have to leave. And it turned out it didn't work out that way. It worked out better for me. And so, you know, when I take a look at my path, it started at the College of Engineering at the University of Wyoming. And in 1998, I graduated with a mechanical engineering degree. And at the same time, I was working as an intern for a company, a small technology company called IDES. And the founder of that company was actually on the very first business council, Mike Kometz. And it was a small technology company that had been around for quite a while, but it was pretty small, kind of hand-to-mouth type of a thing. And it really was exciting to me, though, because it was entrepreneurial. It was unknown. The future wasn't fully baked. And it was something that I could make an effect on immediately. It was also something where I could utilize my engineering skills in Wyoming. And again, many of my classmates didn't have that opportunity. Most of them had to leave. Most of them ended up somewhere south. And I was lucky enough to stay, and it was really important to me. And so in 1998, I began that, and I was on the technical and engineering side for a few years, but what I quickly realized and I quickly transitioned out of is I'm not really an engineer. I'm not great at that part of it. I like solving problems, but I like solving people problems a lot more. And so I started to become more of what you would call a salesperson. I call them a problem solver, but a salesperson. And I started to work with our clients and figure out ways to help them understand how our software could help them. And it was a tremendous ride. It was really exciting because many of you were around at this time. I'm sure Rob was not. But many of you were around at the time. In the late 90s, if you said software or technology, people threw money at you. It was amazing. It was great. It was what was later known as the internet bubble. We just thought it was free money to do work. It was great. And but the bubble burst, and I got to really learn how to sell. I got to really learn how to understand value, and I got to really understand how tough it is to run a business. And it was actually a lot of fun. It's what I really liked. And so I moved into that sales role, and in about 2006, I was able to be lucky enough, totally lucky enough, and I cross my fingers all the time, that I got to start teaching at the University of Wyoming. And I got to start teaching at the College of Business in a professional selling and technical selling class that I've taught since 2006, and it's a tremendous amount of fun. And in that transition from salesperson and product development to instructor and doing both of those at the same time, I realized that, hey, this is a great way to see the young people of Wyoming and their ideas and their hope and what they want to see Wyoming become. Now, many of them don't get to stay here, and that's just part of the deal right now, but it was great to see that hope and excitement and be able to help them understand how sales works within business. It's a fantastic opportunity. I've continued to do that, and all along that time with IDES, we actually did something that was really critical. We made some critical decisions to focus and align our team on a single goal. And with that, we were able to develop a really strong company. After a number of record years, and we had like the thermometer on the wall. That's the kind of company we were. We knew how we were doing all the time. Metrics were a big deal. After a number of record years, we sold that company to UL. And again, I found myself in this situation in some ways that Wyoming is in, where the things that got UL to their spot today weren't going to help them in 20 years. And they recognized that. They realized that what they were doing for a number of years wasn't going to get them to the next 20 or 30 or 50 years of sustainability and viability. And so they said, we have to innovate. We have to change our business model. And one of the areas that they wanted to change their business model was in information technology and in information about chemicals and plastic materials. Well, it turns out that because of the success that we had in little old Laramie, Wyoming, no customers in Wyoming, believe me, they were all east of the Mississippi or in other parts of the world. They chose us as the leaders of that new division. And Information and Insights was an innovative division within UL, which is, typically about public safety and testing and standard type of business that they had run for 100 years. And we were this thing that was sort of dangling off and new and exciting. And it was really important for me to understand how things get done in a large organization while being that innovative group. And so we were able to acquire a number of organizations. I got to help integrate those and really start to learn how, while innovation seems one way when you're a 12-person company, it's a little bit different across a company that's greater than 10,000 people, it turns out. You can't all get in one room and just, hash it out on the whiteboard, right? It doesn't work like that. It's a little bit different. And so that taught me a lot about that. And I think that is something, that transition was something that was going to help me in the future. I just didn't really know it yet. But one of the things that's really important to me is to continue to increase the impact that I make within the organizations that I'm in, or increase the impact that I can, because we only get a certain amount of time here and I want to make the most of it. And so increasing that impact is something that drives me. And within UL, I knew that if I was going to increase that impact, it was likely going to have to be in Kansas City or Chicago or New York. And those aren't Wyoming. And for me, Wyoming is where I wanted to be. And so, things tend to work out when you have your antennas up. And some friends of mine who worked at Tri-Hydro said, hey, we're actually really looking at technology and how do we utilize technology to better serve our customers and again, have that long-term viability within our organization. And Tri-Hydro is a Wyoming success story from a company's perspective. I mean, they started with 2 people. We have developed a company that's 500 people strong across the country and work in a number of industries now. And they do it by saying, what do we need to do next for our customers? How do we better serve them? How do we plan? And the folks that I work with at Tri-Hydro are outstanding. And they have taught me a ton about planning, about making sure that the foundation is solid and doing things right, and always looking for ways to better serve your customers. What's also been great about that is, again, from an innovation standpoint, it's not always easy. Even if it's only a 500-person company, innovation within that company is still challenging, right? Having people change the way they do things in order to look at the long-term view is a challenge. And it's been fantastic for me. The ideas that we are taking and utilizing at Tri-Hydro to understand our business modeling and how our customers look, if you look at this whole path, it really came together. And that's one of the things that you see when you work with people in Wyoming, is that all of the people that I'm working with, they're fantastic people. They want to work hard. They're really smart. And they realize that they have something that they want to build upon. And it's not just about making the buck today. It's about long-term success. And I've learned that a lot at Tri-Hydro. And all of these things really have built up to something that is, again, about making a bigger impact. And so when this came across my desk in mid-November, really, I believe, kind of late in the game, I thought this is a great opportunity to take all of the things that I've learned and the skills that I have and leverage those to make a bigger impact on the state, not just on one company, but perhaps many and across the state. And so that was what drove me to apply. And then throughout this process, it's just been fantastic because the people that I've met and the information that I have seen makes me scared out of my mind and sometimes, but also really excited about what the possibility is, because that fear can kind of motivate you. It can be really, really powerful. And somebody asked me when I first said, hey, I've applied for this. I talked with the folks at Tri-Hydro, and they said, why would you want to do that? And I think maybe some people were trying to talk me out of it. Like, oh, that sounds like a really daunting task. Do you realize what's going to be happening in the next few years? And what they didn't realize is that they were actually selling it to me, because that challenge is what really got me excited about it. And then as I talked to more and more people, I thought, gosh, this is a great opportunity. This isn't just, some job where I'll go 8 to 5 and check in, check out, and whatever happens. No, this is an exciting opportunity to make an impact. This is an exciting opportunity to grow. And then as I read the strategic plan, let's see if I can get it here. There we go. As I started to read the strategic plan and got the sort of the prompt for this presentation, it was even more exciting. I thought, oh my goodness, check this out. There's a strategic plan about adding value to core industries. Well, heck, I've done that. That's something I understand. That's something I really want to do. And I thought, oh, activating new economic sectors? It doesn't get much more exciting than that. That's headline stuff, right? That's the stuff that gets you up. That's the shiny objects out there. And so I really started to focus on those too. And as I was doing it, when you're in your own head, it's one thing. But then when you go out and you start to talk with people, you start to realize the full picture. And you can't get so in love with your own ideas that you can't, be a little bit plastic and shape that. And so as I started to talk with people, I realized that wasn't really what we really need to be doing. It was this little bitty goal down sort of toward the bottom. See if I can get me here, Ben. Okay. There we go. Now I probably pushed it too many times. But increasing alignment and clarifying the roles and shared objectives, that is my number one task as CEO. In fact, as I started to think back at the great leaders that I've worked with, the organizations that I've been in, the things that I've read, the things that you see in the news, that idea of shared objectives and creating clarity of roles and responsibilities, that is your number one job as a CEO. That is what you do. And if you don't do that, it doesn't matter how many crazy great ideas you have, because you're not going to be able to get them done. Somebody along the way asked me a question about a complex system. And complex systems, that's what we have. We have a complex system here, right? There are stakeholders. In fact, I heard the other day that there are 577,000 stakeholders. And I thought, well, let's just make it an even 600,000, right? Which would be good for everybody. And also, we might as well. It rolls off the tongue a little bit easier. But really, we do have a lot of stakeholders. We have a number of different groups that need to work together. We have a number of different groups that respond differently. And we have a number of different groups with essentially varying reasons for being. But we all have really the one reason for being, and that's to improve the economy of Wyoming. And so that idea that we need to increase the clarity that we have as the Wyoming Business Council and as the shared resources of the state's economy, that's what we need to do. And so I dug into it and I thought, that's the one I'm going to pick first, because that provides a solid foundation. If we don't have that foundation, there's no way, it's not going to matter how many great ideas we have. Because if we don't have clarity and execution, it doesn't matter. We won't get it done. So thinking about that, there are a few things that have to happen there. 4 components to this for clarity and execution. As I talked with folks, one of the things that they said was, well, You've got people that are on your side. You've got people that are not on your side. You've got all these people all over the place. I'm like, yeah, there's about 577,000. But what I realized is that more than anything, we've got to really build a coalition of people. And we have a start of that for sure. We absolutely do. And here's the thing. You're not really building a coalition. You're listening. And so the first step, the first order of business, road trip. First order of business is getting out there and meeting with folks. And not just, I mean, folks are fine, but we've got to be a little bit more strategic about it. And first things first, we got to talk with legislators. They have the ideas of their constituents. They know what their communities want and need. We also have to reach out to the local economic development groups because they're seeing it. They understand it. They know what works. They know what doesn't work. They have a lot of great ideas, so listening to them. We've also got to work with the Business Resource Network and the University of Wyoming and make sure that we're all heard and aligned. And then talking with businesses around the state to understand what they truly need. The ones that are here, sure, but the ones that they might know about, of course. And it's starting to build that relationship so that we can be the face and the people that point to when things go right or when they go wrong, and that's okay. It's part of the deal. But develop that coalition so that people can know who we are. So I really believe it's going to be a lot of listening sessions. It's going to be probably attending a lot of Rotary meetings. It's probably going to be talking with folks at the University of Wyoming and those business resource networks. It's going to be sitting down with local economic development groups. And it's going to be bringing that back and listening to the Wyoming Business Council staff and board and saying, does this resonate? Is this what you've heard? Because I know a lot of that has been done. I think a tremendous amount of work has been done on that front. But then to take that back and say, okay, that makes sense. Here's what we're hearing. And guess what? Yes, I'm the person to call and be upset about or excited about. That's okay. That's okay with me. I want to be that face. The next thing that we want to do is look at the programs that we have. We have a lot of programs. If you ask somebody, including me, to list out the programs, they're going to spew out a few of the acronyms. Maybe not going to know them all. Maybe going to know them some. Maybe going to mix some things up. That's okay for today, but not in the future. We need to have that clarity. And so the first thing we got to do is look at all of the programs that we have, and we've got to map them back to the strategic plan. Because I'm guessing, and some of this work has been done, and I'm not going to, say what the findings are yet, but some of this work shows that some of these things don't match up with the strategic plan today. But what that means is if we have that program, that's energy and resources and money that we're putting into a program that does not support our strategic plan. And that doesn't help improve clarity at all. It doesn't help us execute at all. And so there are going to be programs that we change, lack of a better term. There are programs that we're going to put more resources into. And there are probably new programs that need to be made to support the strategic plan. I'm a whiteboard person, so if I got up to the whiteboard and I pasted the strategic plan and we pasted all of the papers around, we would probably see that it doesn't fully fill the strategic plan with the programs we have. And that's okay. That's what we want to do, because that's part of developing that clarity with our team and with the folks that are around. Now, after we do that program analysis and try to figure some of that stuff out, obviously that's a big undertaking. A lot of that work has been done, and I think there's some really positive things to build on. But a lot of that work still has to happen. We've got to we've got to align the team together. We've got to make it so that everybody understands and that there is a shared consciousness of what we're up to, how we're doing it, why we're doing it, and the way it works within our organization. Building that culture is really important, and you got to do that with getting alignment. And so the way we're going to align that is we're going to bring back to the team. And I don't mean WBC staff. I mean the team of people who are out there, part of that coalition, right? Going back out and saying to legislators, these are the things that we're doing. This is how it works. This is what we do together. Same with the economic developers. Same with the business resource network. Same with the other groups that are really key to this, and the businesses, so that they know how to take advantage of that. And again, we're not trying to get everybody, because we're not going to. We're trying to get a group of people who can get out there and show some results. And then once we show some results, people will follow. That's the way it works. Okay? I'm okay with doubters. It's all right. The next thing we need to do is to develop some tools. And so I know there are a number of tools in the works that are close. They're going to help people understand what programs we are going to be able to deliver to them and how those help them. You know, thinking about from an idea to commercialization to viable business, we want to be able to provide those services. But I think it's sometimes a bit of a mystery to the people that we serve how those things work and which ones are best for them and which ones are not right for them. It's okay to say no every once in a while, especially if you could point somebody in another direction. But developing those tools is important, and some of them might be like website self-service technology tools, but some of them could be really simple. Let me give you an example. We have a grants program for trade shows, right? We help people go to trade shows, and we offset some of those costs. We provide them budget to go to trade shows, which is great because trade shows, you start to learn about customers, you really understand that. I was talking with one of my former students who's an entrepreneur now, young, driven young man who is really, I think he is going to take, he's going to make it. He's going to make some things happen. And I was talking with him about some of the experiences that he's had. And he said, you know, it was really great. We got this grant money. We were able to go to a trade show. We'd never been to a trade show before. And so it was fantastic. Didn't have to pay for it. And I said, okay, well, how did that go? And he said, well, we did some of these things right. We did some of those things right. But we learned some lessons here. And learning lessons is a nice way of saying we might have goofed some stuff up or we won't do that again. And that's okay. But I said, well, when you got that money, did you get anything else? I said, well, what do you mean? I said, did you get like a do's and don'ts of trade shows? Did you get a little toolkit that says, here's how to attack this trade show and get the most out of it? He's like, oh, I don't think so. And now he may have, but maybe it needs to be a little bit more attractive. Maybe it needs to be open. Maybe the value needs to be seen. But I'm sitting here thinking, well, that's a simple thing, right? That's a tool that somebody could use and make sure that the money we spend is leveraged 100%. Now, it may exist and it may not. But the bottom line is that when people utilize those services, they don't want to just get money. They actually want more. In fact, he said, you know what? I would have been willing to kick in money. I would have been willing to take less money and kick some in for a little bit of consulting because he goes, I'd never been to a trade show. I had no idea what to do. He said, I didn't know what to do the month before. I didn't know what to do while I was there, and I didn't know what to do after. And it turns out that's a big deal. Right? That's leveraging our money and making sure that it's efficient and effective. And so it could be simple things, it could be complex things, but we do need the tools. People need the tools to utilize. So clarity and execution is really what we build our foundation on. And with that, we can do all kinds of fun stuff. We can absolutely do a lot of great things when we have clarity and execution. And that's really what's going to cause us to be successful. If we have that clarity and execution, and it becomes part of our culture, we'll work much better together. And that'll allow us to do some fun stuff, like drive innovation. Everybody loves that. First of all, it's pretty buzzwordy. That's okay. That's what we want to do. And I took some liberties with the idea of helping out our core industries. I took some liberties with some of the goals, and I kind of combined them into driving innovation and fostering startups in our core industries. Because in a lot of ways, driving innovation at a company that's already here is the same thing as fostering a startup that spins out of that company. Because the challenges that they face internally and externally are very similar. Now, one may have a little bit more of a security blanket than the other, but the path that they take and the work that they need to do is just as important. And it's the same. It's very similar. It's something that I've been able to be exposed to in really all of the roles that I've had, and so it's a lot of fun for me to think about driving innovation. So if we drive innovation, again, we have to do that in a certain way. And there are 4 things that I'd like to focus on there. The first thing that we want to do is be service-oriented. I do believe that the Wyoming Business Council and its partners have a number of services that people can take advantage of. I do believe that the Wyoming Business Council provides those services and has a number of great programs, people that are delivering those services, and people love them. I've heard all kinds of great things about this as I'm talking with folks around the state. I also know that there are other things that we can do that can make a big difference as well. But one of the things that we're also known as is a place to get grants or loans. And instead, I want us to be known as service first, right? Not at the end when there's a need for money, but really at the beginning when there's an idea. And how do I take this idea and make it into something really great? And so as I was talking with folks, those are things that I heard. So becoming service-oriented, again, I think there are some things in the works that are happening right now which make it that way, which is exciting. But being service-oriented is what we want to do. It's going to make us much more effective with our money. Our investments will go much further if we provide service as well. And those services are business counseling, maybe they're skill sets, maybe they're offsetting the cost of certain consultants that you need to take it from 0 to 1. But there are services that we can provide, and we may provide some of them today that do that. The next thing is pivoting on strength. And this is a really critical thing, and this is something that a lot of times when we think of the word innovation, we sort of ignore the easy stuff. Because we think of innovation as something that's way out there, like going to Mars, that's innovative. Yeah, but I'm not sure if that's really what we ought to be running at in Wyoming. I don't know, maybe look around the room. Yeah, you guys agree. Okay, but we need to pivot on strength. And what that means is that the companies that we work, that are already in the state, have two things that are really incredible. They have, guess what? They have customers, and they also have expertise. And pivoting on those strengths of customers and expertise is how you innovate. You make sure that you can innovate and develop new things for your customers based on your expertise. And then you can pivot on that. And that's how it grows. Okay? And it is geometric for all of those math people in the room. We also want to look at how do we move along the value chain. Because there are things that we develop in Wyoming that we let somebody else make an awful lot of money on, I'm guessing. And I think there are ways that we can do that. Just understanding the value chain and working with those customers, those businesses that are already here, and understanding what is their value chain, what is the next step, what's the value of that? Can you bring that closer to you? If we can own more of the value chain, that's just how it works. You generate more revenue, you generate more value. It also is in recruiting new businesses. Who do you give your supplies to? Can they come here? Shouldn't they be here? How about the people you buy from? Shouldn't they be here as well? And creating those clusters, really important. And lastly, and this is probably more philosophical, but I definitely believe that it's important, leading change. The Business Council needs to be that organization that leads the locals, that leads the legislators, that shows how economic development happens, and leads the way and supports. We also realize that leading change is tough. Change is incredibly difficult, but it's really, really important. And I think if we can help people understand that it's not going to be easy. Innovation sounds really great and it's super fun, especially when it's on a whiteboard, but it's really, really difficult when you're trying to fill your coffers. It's really tough. And we have to be able to lead people through that. That's through expertise, that's through experience, and it's through those services that we offer. But leading that change is critical. So if we could do those two things, then we get to do the fun stuff. And maybe not then, but also. Activating new sectors has to come when we have a solid foundation and when we understand the businesses that are here. So I'm not going to go into that because I was only allowed 2, and I got the 5 minutes to speak from May. But that's also the exciting part. But really, let's take it back to what our purpose and our vision are. And let's take it back to why we're really doing what we're doing, and the hard work that you've already put in, and the hard work that I want to put in. This is an incredibly daunting or exciting time, depending on how you want to look at it. For me, it's really exciting. And it's something that over the last few weeks, talking with people about it, learning more about the challenges, learning more about the opportunities, I'm sold. I think it's a wonderful opportunity. And I really hope to be part of the solution. thank you for your time today. I thank you for your effort to this point, and I'm welcome to any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. We've got about 40 minutes left to engage in questions and dialogue with Josh. Josh, would you like some water?
That'd be great.
Maybe, thank you. We failed to
Thing
do
chase
that.
me?
The last time, I think, in one of your interviews, we gave you a used water bottle. So.
But that was planned. That was planned, just to see his reaction.
It should be noted that we didn't let him drink.
Thank you.
We didn't
Yes.
let him drink it.
And it should be noted he didn't try
You're right.
either.
What's
So,
that?
nah, it's okay.
It's water, right? We're all friends here.
Whatever. Josh, you may sit or you may stand, whichever you're most comfortable.
I'm fine. That's okay. Is this making anybody else uncomfortable?
Josh, I'm going to start things off with a question. And I'll preface it just that, over the last 7 to 9 months, we have engaged, as you've talked about, in a very, I hope, efficient, but in-depth strategic refresh, and really looked at what is our purpose and what is our vision.
Mm-hmm.
How does that feel to you? How would you feel coming in as the CEO with the board, having really mapped that out without, frankly, any of your input, and asking you to execute that?
To me, it means that I get to go to work faster, right? It also, I don't think that thing is set in stone. I don't think that it's 100% concrete. I think a lot of work has been done. I think a lot of great work has been done, and I agree with a lot that is in that. But I do think there will likely be there'll be some changes here and there, if in nothing else, in the focus that we have in the areas that we focus on. So I don't really see it, and I don't really feel like, and maybe this says something about my leadership style, I don't need to put my stamp on it and say, this was mine and I took it across the finish line. It's really more about, I believe that this is a great way for the Wyoming economy to become stronger and more viable in the long run. So I'm okay with running with it. I don't have a problem with that.
Kelly.
Megan. Josh, Kelly Lockhart. I'm the bashful one. So you picked a couple of goals. You told us what you were going to do to solve them. So my question for you is, in each of those, what is the number one metric that you would have to measure whether you accomplish those goals a year from now, or what is that metric that you would set to judge yourself? And I know there would be a myriad of them. So I'm just asking for one metric on each one. The most important for you, obviously.
Well, in the first one, the number one metric, that's a great question, because a lot of that clarity comes down to, do people understand? Are people getting the most? And it's almost like it's a customer service type of a situation. Their net promoter score, if you will. How do people respond when you survey them and say, imagine at the beginning of me being in there, what is the perception of clarity? What is the Wyoming Business Council? And do a survey for that. And then a year later, do it again and see if we've accomplished anything, if we've really built a coalition, if we've gotten a team together and simplified our programs. So to me, it might be as simple as customer service of the stakeholders and increasing it. Because that one's somewhat philosophical. Now I could say, well, we need to drop 5 programs, but I don't know that today. So metrics is a challenge though, Kelly. Now in the next one is we can take a look at those organizations that we've interacted with and look at how much innovation has happened, right? And so that is working with those locals and saying, have existing companies in core industries, has there been innovation? Have they started up another technology group like the Tri-Hydro has? Have they fed a startup? Has that happened in our core industries? I think that one's a little bit easier to do based on just the number of companies that either ideas that start or companies that form. Does that answer your question, Kelly?
It does. I have a bunch more, but there's a lot of people here. If at the end of the 40 minutes there's time, I have others. But
Well, and I
thank
appreciate
very
you,
much.
you know, when you're bashful as you are, speaking up is great. So thank you.
We're going to go next, Josh, to Kathy Tomasi.
Hi, Josh. I just have a question. A huge issue right now in our state, and I'm from Southwest Wyoming where this is happening as we speak, is going to be the loss of tax revenue from our big industries in the state, coal, power. And I just wanted to know how you feel about how the Wyoming Business Council is going to fit into those problems or opportunities, and what are your thoughts on that?
Thanks for saving the easy one.
It's the elephant in the room.
And it's really critical that we think about it. But here's something to think about. What we can do as the Wyoming Business Council, there are some problems that we can't solve, and a declining tax base will probably not be the ones to solve that one 100%, at least not in this position. However, what we can do and what we can focus on is bringing in jobs, bringing in people, and capital expenditure. Those are the things that we can, as economic developers, we can really, really fix. Now, the tax base, some of that will come secondarily as we develop the economy. However, that one's probably above my pay grade. And really, that's a challenge that we do face as a state. But as the economic development group within the state, we have to work on jobs, capital expenditure, and really helping companies innovate and do that in an efficient way, right? Because budgets may slide, budgets may go down. We're going to have to work and be efficient. So those are the ways I would contribute to that.
Thanks.
Cindy.
Thank you. Good morning. It's afternoon.
Afternoon.
Isn't it? Oh my gosh. This is in another direction, but tell me about a time that you may have been challenged ethically and how you dealt with that.
It's actually happened way less than I thought it would in a sales role, right? I mean, that's one of those things where people think, oh, well, you'll do anything to make the sale, and that's not the way it worked. And throughout my time in business, it's actually happened less, and I don't know if that's because I'm from Wyoming and that's just the way it works, but I guess that there are those moments that you are involved in things where, well, let me use this one. Let me use this example. I'm actually a part of the Daniels Fund Ethics Initiative at the university. And Kent Noble and I, he's a mentor of mine and somebody who obviously leads that and somebody who I lean on for things like that. And I'll take this example of me applying for this job. People ask me, are you going to tell your employer? And I told them the day after I applied, because I applied. The next morning I went in and talked with Jack and Kurt, and I said, look, guys, this is what I'm doing, because I feel like it's important for me to be transparent with you. Now, ethically, I don't know where that sits for some people. Maybe some people will be like, that's crazy. I would never do that. But as I talked with Kent Noble before that, he asked me the same thing, and I said, I am going to. And so that's a potential ethical challenge, but I guess, I haven't really run into that many of them. And I also know that life is long, and the people you work with again and again, and the days of being able to get one over on somebody, that doesn't seem like it really works in the long run.
Thank you.
Aaron? Oh, that Aaron.
Pick an Aaron.
Yeah.
Aaron. One of you has a question.
Which AARON? Oh.
Alphabetically, he comes first.
I know he does alphabetically. Nope, and this is your last one. So
Oh,
go
thank
ahead.
you, Aaron. Sorry for that, Josh. I'm Aaron. Just a quick question, because I love what you said about service first in that conversation. Because I have to admit, I've sat on this board for 6 years, and I can't tell you everything the Business Council does. It was this giant thing when I started, and I've tried over 6 years. I'm going to need a couple more years just to learn it. But I like the service first thing. But as it pertains to the board, because that's my main involvement with the business council is truly just as a board member. Where do you see how do you see the direction of the board changing, or how do you involve the board in maybe some of these changing thoughts? Because I feel like we're a board of loan and grant approvers, and we have various committees. But I think that there's probably opportunity for us to be more involved, and Megan has done a wonderful job of doing some of that. But do you see the direction of the board or a greater involvement of the board, things changing that direction? I just out of curiosity's sake.
So what I will say is I don't fully know how the board was engaged. I know that the board was very engaged in developing the strategic plan and taking a lot of the information that was done in sessions around the state and developing with the staff, developing the strategic plan. So obviously that's a very hands-on board, and I think that's important. I do think that in some cases boards can deal with the operations of an organization, probably too much. And what I would prefer is that the board rely on me, the executive team, and the staff to do that work and have us ask you for help and provide check-in. But one thing that's really important to me, and I think will be critical for whomever takes this role, because there are a couple business people, not people who are extremely wired in government, is helping us navigate those political waters a little bit and helping us navigate the connections so that we can effectively do our job, hear the dissenting voices and also hear the supporting voices and know when to help. But that's an area, that connection is really what I seek from the board. I hope that it's something that the board is excited about, being a part of. If I am the CEO, I hope that people get excited about the board meetings and wonder how they can help and ask, but they're not concerned about the day-to-day, because it turns out everybody here has jobs, right? You have important things that you're doing as well. And so I want you to be able to plug in, but also not do it at a level that's the day-to-day. Did that answer your question?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Josh, I want to ask you a follow-up based on that. You, other than your time at the University of Wyoming teaching, you've been a private business guy.
That's correct.
You have not, as I understand it, worked in the government sector.
I have not, that I know of.
What do you say to people who have said to me, he doesn't have the political wherewithal, he doesn't have the connections to make things happen quickly, he won't be able to jump feet first in? How do you respond to that?
So wait, and I'm not, there is probably going to be some sarcasm here, but so what you have heard is that government is way faster than private business, and they're worried about the speed of the private. Just want to make sure I heard it.
There's our state employee.
Again, I hope that what I bring is the speed of business, and what I bring is that private. What you should tell them is he does not have that, but that's not a concern for being able to move quickly and make things happen, because those types of things I can lean on the board for. And it turns out I have this amazing staff of about 40 some people who have worked in these areas. And in fact, they've worked in both private and public, so they know a lot of those pitfalls. And I think it's okay and important to work with your staff and work with your board to be able to navigate that. So I'm actually excited by it because one, I'll learn something. But two, I was worried about maybe that I would be too impatient and move too fast. So that's what you could tell them too.
Mike.
So this won't be a complex question. So to me, it's all about leadership. And you can take the story of the elephant, take 10 blind men, and each of them will describe the elephant differently. But that being said, I'd like you, Josh, to describe what you think an ideal leader is. Okay, define the characteristics of an ideal leader, and take as much time as you want, and then compare and contrast your leadership capabilities against that ideal that you hold.
Not a complex question.
But it is complicated. Good question, Mike, as usual. So the ideal leader is someone that people seek the counsel of, but don't seek the approval of. I think the ideal leader is somebody who helps make things happen, but doesn't necessarily do it for their own benefit. They do it for the team. I think the ideal leader is somebody, and this is, I'm paraphrasing and stealing from an Eastern philosopher here, but it's essentially the ideal leader is when the work gets done, the team says we did it ourselves. And the ideal leader isn't propped up. They're not feared. They are really somebody who facilitates, helps people do it on their own, and makes it so that people want to do it again. And frankly, I think the ideal leader is somebody who says, I want to take this role and build more people to fill this role, right? So that when I'm gone or when they're gone, that somebody can naturally step in and nothing will happen. So I guess, the way I see myself stacking up there, I think in a lot of ways I can, and you might be better off asking the folks that work with me. But in terms of helping people succeed, that's something that I absolutely want to do.
Yeah, I like what you're saying. Can and maybe just provide some examples of that, not a general, but give us this is what I did. And I know that that kind of goes against feeling humble, but I think it's at this point I want to hear how what you've done hits those or falls short too. Sometimes.
You bet. So, excuse me. I'll give you an example from my current role. So when I came to the company to Trihydro 4 years ago, I worked in a group that has extremely talented folks, and they were folks who really wanted to win, maybe just didn't know how. And when you go into a group and you say, "Oh well, we're going to need some salespeople," sometimes it scares people, right? And so I started by helping them understand what sales was about and developing them as salespeople. And one of the things that I think was really important for me to help them is to know that they couldn't goof anything up, that they could make decisions, that they had the right with that customer to make decisions and we would support them. And it was as if I had asked them to do something just crazy. They're like, wait a second, I don't have to get your approval? No, you don't have to get my approval. You can go and the world won't end if you mess this up. And they're like, well, I don't want to mess it up. I'm like, well, then make a decision. And so I think empowering people and then helping them with that decision either during or afterwards is important, but letting them know that they can win. And so that was something that happened, and it's been fantastic. They've taken a hold of it, and I've had no problem letting those things happen. One of the things that I've been working on for a leadership perspective is patience. Sometimes I do get frustrated when things don't work out at the speed that I want them to. And so I do believe leaders hustle, but they can also have a little bit of patience with them. And that's something that I work on is making sure that I have the patience and that I understand that sometimes the pace of the system is not what I want it to be.
Well, just to follow, what drives you as a leader?
What drives me as a leader, I really, really feel, well, success, and I believe success is the progressive realization of a worthy ideal. I believe that next thing and making a bigger impact is what drives me. But what gives me the juice to do it day in and day out is seeing other people win. I really love seeing the team excited. I love it. I'll tell you right now, all of the people on my team, if I get this role, they're going to realize how little I really do because they are fantastic. I have created way better salespeople than I could ever be. We have way better technical people than I could ever be. It's fantastic. And that, to me, is what's exciting, is see them grow. So that's what drives me.
Thanks.
Somebody, Cactus.
Josh Cactus Cavello. My question for you is, and you've talked a lot a bit about your leadership and how you would deal with employees and stuff like that. Tell me about how you see your interaction working with the board. Obviously, they're the people right now that have the ability to decide whether you work for them. And then going forward, how do you see that interaction happening? How communication will go and how you'll interact with them one-on-one as a group?
I suppose it depends a little bit on I have a feeling based on the discussions I've had so far that I'm going to want to shoot the breeze with a lot of the folks that are here because I've enjoyed that so far. So I have a feeling I'll maybe if I end up getting this role and I bug you too much, let me know. But I feel like it depends on the situation, right? It really does depend on the situation. In some cases, there's going to need to be some one-on-one communication, either via phone or in person, to just understand a problem or to get some mentorship. I think that there are other cases where you've got to bring people together, maybe that have differing opinions or that are in different areas, so that you can really solve a problem. And so it depends on the situation, but I definitely believe in open and honest and as frequent as possible or as necessary communication. Did that answer your question? All right.
Ron?
Ron?
Josh, I'm Ron Harvey. I'm going to probably touch on your sports side of your life a little bit. Listening on the phone today is probably many economic development directors around the state of Wyoming. Each one of them answers to a board. Each one of them raises funds. They're also your cheerleaders or potential cheerleaders. They're important. Don't talk to this board. Talk to them people listening to you today and tell them what you can do for them. If you have a plan, what that is. It might be a little early for a plan. I understand that.
It might be a little early for a plan, but I will say that the economic development folks that I've talked with, it's been very, very clear that they want success in Wyoming, and they want to achieve that, and they want to help that, and they want to do it for their communities. But they also realize that they can't always do it for their community. They might have to share, and I've heard that a little bit. And so what I would like to do is get involved more with the Wyoming Economic Development Association and make sure that we are present there, and that they know that we can provide support to them. I don't know the exact plan, but I do know that their involvement it's not just important, it's critical, because that's a network and that's a group of people that are out there doing the same things that we're doing. And so my question from them is, what should the plan be? What would best support you? What are the things that we're not delivering that you need so that you can make a difference in your communities? Because really, and I've heard this from them, they know it best. They understand their communities best. And so whatever support that we can provide that makes sense for them, I think we have to do it, because it's important to those economic development agencies within their communities, and they're working hard. So let's all work in the same direction. One thing too, Ron, and this is something that came out of some discussions I had, is this whole concept of taking credit, right? And you're smiling, and you're smiling because it's one of those things that is important, right? Oh, if we're going to get funding, we got to be able to show that we've done some work. And how do we take credit? And who's going to get credit? And do they get 47% of the credit, or do they get 53% of the credit, right? And this is a really naive statement that I'll probably take back later, but gosh, aren't we all working for one Wyoming, right? And so I do think that going along Kelly's idea of metrics, I think we've got to figure some things out so that we can better work together and show success as one Wyoming, not just one group versus another. I think that's really critical. But I think it comes with that communication and listening and providing support that makes sense. So good question. Thank you for asking it.
Amy, go ahead.
Josh, you talked about coalition building and that road trip and stakeholders, but internally, how would you work to build that culture with the staff at the Business Council?
Yep. I think most of the staff is located in a couple office buildings in Cheyenne, but I know you and others are remote. And one of the things that I've found is that you've got to do things face to face, but that's not always logistically practical. One of the things that we do, my team at Tri-Hydro is spread out across the country as well. And one of the things that we do is we meet every week and do what's called a stand-up. So because we're a software company, but also it doesn't matter, some of these agile principles work. And we do a stand-up and we see each other every week to talk about what we're up to, about what we're doing. And that helps build that personal connection and culture. And it's one of those things that at first people go, well, I don't need to tell everybody what I'm doing. Yeah, you do. It's really important. And so that's a big piece of it, is just that connection that we have. I also really feel like helping people become involved in the decision making and in the program development is critical, right? To me, a lot of people say, well, what do you know about this and what do you know about that? I'm really good at facilitating. I want to bring people together and get the best answers. I don't have all the answers. I only have very few of them right now, right? You have the answers. Many people in our staff have the answers. And so that's how you build that culture, is by bringing people together, allowing them to voice their concerns, their ideas, and being able to work together. So to me, it's really, I think it's going to be the same thing that goes on within the state is going to go on within our organization, right? As we discuss these things, as we know what people are doing day in and day out, we're going to be able to build that culture.
If I can ask a follow-on along with that, because as you said, we have some remote offices and people extended doing a lot of different things, a lot of initiatives, work going on. Communication is challenging. Mm-hmm. So you talked about those weekly meetings, but are there other strategies to promote positive, enhanced communication within the organization?
So it can be challenging. Again, there are some great technological tools out there. We utilize a thing called Teams, which is sort of like Skype, or you name it, but it's basically a chat system or video chat system. I don't talk to anybody unless I put them on video. That's just the way I work. And so making sure that we are communicating and that it's open is really important. Technology is a good thing. I think getting together and meeting from time to time. I also think having folks that are in the office from time to time, getting out and seeing what it's like, in the field is going to be really critical, and doing some of that. So, yeah, that.
Josh, we get a lot of internal, external, and whatever, that's my third pot of comments that say, the Wyoming Business Council was set up as a quasi-governmental agency. It's this public-private partnership, or it's designed to be different than other state agencies because we want to operate at the speed of business. Our goal is to enhance the economy, which means grow business. You've had an opportunity over the last month or so. I know you've talked with a lot of us. You are a business guy. What would you say are some of the
People tend to be humble, right? I think that we probably have hired a lot of humble people, a lot of people who say, well, that's my job and I do it well. But I don't know if everybody always knows what we do. And so that's one of the areas that I think can really be enhanced is not just, I think we spend a good amount of marketing on different communities and projects that have won, but our component of that and what we've accomplished along with our initiatives, I think that's really important, and to make sure that we promote that out there so that people have that. When you market yourself, and again, coming from a number of sort of engineering-based and technological-based companies, marketing is sort of this bad word, right? Like, we don't want to talk too much about ourselves. That's what we're supposed to do. We're just supposed to do the work. And really what you want to do is you want to make sure you promote. So I think that marketing end and speaking of our wins and successes as well as making it easy for people to get to us is another key, right? I've heard a lot about, the idea of customer service and who should handle what and how it should route around. And I think we should be a much more customer service oriented organization, if that helps. So those are two things that I definitely see. The rest of it, the internal workings, I don't fully know yet.
Kim?
So the internal workings, the pieces of the programs and the program evaluation, all of that stuff. Tell me what kind of process you're going to use to figure that stuff out.
So, really good question. The best way to do that is to seek to understand, right? So you come in and you say, okay, what do these programs do? Why were they brought in? And we do have a good historical record. We have people who have been there for a number of years, as well as new folks, so you kind of have this mix. And one of the things that you have to look at is, tell me what this program does, tell me how it works, tell me who benefits the most from it. And so you start to understand and you get multiple perspectives. One of the things that we do in business process modeling is you ask to get a room full of cross-functional people in a room, and you say, okay, let's draw the process out. And people say, oh, well, here's the process. Here's how it works. And somebody goes, no, that's not how it works. This is how it works. And by the end, it looks like Frankenstein, right? So we have to really get down and say, this is what it's intended to do. This is why we put it in place, and this is how it works. Now, once you do that, and first of all, it's not always easy to get everybody to agree that that's what it is, right? And then you have a bit of a problem. If no one can agree on why you have it or what it does, you got a challenge. But then you can assess it and you can say, okay, now let's prioritize what might be broken about it, what could be fixed about it, or how it fits the strategic plan. I don't want to say that it's going to have strings and thumbtacks and corkboard, but it's probably going to have those things, right? Where we say, this is the program, these are all the good things that it does, this is why it was put in place, here's how it links back to the strategic plan. Here are the 5 things that it fixes or it works on. And if it doesn't do that, then we know we've got something. So to me, it's about, that might be an area where the board plays a role as well, because to provide that historical context or to provide that understanding of what each of those programs does.
Okay. Now I have a completely different question. So one thing each of us have learned, and the staff, as we've been involved in this board, is ultimately we serve many masters, for sure. And you've identified many of those. We serve, or this role serves 3 major masters. So the legislature, the governor's office, and this board. When many times, or let's just hope that it's few times, but it does happen, 2 of those masters are in conflict, not with each other, but with an initiative.
Right.
Tell me how you would go about dealing with that. And I don't know if it would help if I gave you an example.
I mean, maybe that would help, but it makes sense. It absolutely makes sense. And this is something that you do deal with in private business as well, right? You definitely deal with this. And there are multiple groups within an organization, and they don't always see eye to eye, right? And whether they're, serving masters or if they're just needed to get the work done, I mean, take your pick. You still want to achieve success with that. And so the way that I've always done that is try to get people's thoughts clear, understand their motivations for why they have a challenge with it or why they really want it, and make sure that everybody can see how it fits into the overall vision. And usually what happens when you do that, when you say, okay, what are the challenges with it? What are the problems you have with it? Why are those problems or not problems? But a lot of that is getting into a room around a table and discussing it. And then sometimes you're not going to always have everybody on your side. And that's okay too, right? As I mentioned before, you're not always going to have 100% agreement. In fact, you'll never have 100% agreement. You'll always have those. You want people to be heard, but ultimately you have to make a decision. And sometimes when 2 of those masters are saying, hey, this is the way to go, this is how we're going to do it, and we all decide that's the way it's going to be, the third person might be upset. And, you never get absolutes in business, but you still have to get results.
I think Aaron Moore had a question. Aaron.
Gosh, thanks. Yep. I don't even know if those are working anymore. I'll try to scream. You talked about the innovation component and the role that state government plays. Can you elaborate on that for me and how you as a CEO with the team that you have, what role, and you could specifically talk as it relates to maybe companies that you had worked for in the past, how you really see that role that the Business Council plays in that innovation part, and specifically as detailed as possible, like what does that look like to you?
So that's a good question, because, if you say everyone is in charge of innovation, nobody's in charge of innovation, right? So you do really need a key person to be able to define that and to be able to work with those organizations. There are two things that at least two things that you need to do. One is you have to have programs in place that encourage it. And maybe that's offsetting some costs. Maybe that is providing some consulting, maybe, some business work that you can do to take an idea from zero to something. But the way I see that and what is important is that we don't just spread that out across the existing staff. I think that's a role that's going to have to be filled by a person, by somebody who has done this in industry and is an expert and can continue to go out and talk with businesses on how to do that, can provide services to that business and really lead the innovation, because it's not something that you can spread out. We found that in the organizations that I've been in, you have to have a person or team that is focused on innovation, and so that they can actually get it done.
Go ahead. Did you have a follow-up? Go ahead. Can I have a follow-up on that? So can you maybe even think of the companies that you've been in, but kind of talk a little bit specifically around where you see that role in the state playing? Because it is a government role, right? And so where you see, darn it, I meant to catch myself on that too. So our quasi-government role, but where what that looks like in terms of implementation.
I know exactly what it looks like from an implementation of how to build that team, because that's the process that I've developed at UL and at Tri-Hydro as well. So I know exactly what it looks like. Where it sits, do you mean it within what organization, whether that's as part of the resources that we have, whether that's part of our staff itself? Is that what you mean, or exactly?
Yeah, so let me maybe help in this way. So let's take our trade office in Taiwan. Okay. And so I can maybe help drill down here. So let's take our trade office in Taiwan and maybe looking at how we as a state entity are utilizing that and working with companies, and what that role looks like or does not look like when we're implementing that service.
So you slightly lost me a little bit. So what do you mean by implementing that service? The innovation part or the trade office? I'm sorry, Aaron.
Yeah.
So I think what she's asking is, put yourself in, if you were to go back to UL, and let's say you guys have this product or you have this innovation that you want to move forward with. In what role could the state have helped? Where do you see our group getting involved with private business?
I think it's a couple things. One, it's essentially developing an innovator's toolkit, because frankly, a lot of organizations don't know how to innovate, right? They sort of think, well, we're going to have a planning session. We're going to talk about this idea that's sort of pie in the sky. We'll work on it a little bit over the year, and we won't really get much on it because they don't really know. They also don't have the framework, and that's something I have built. What is the first thing that you have to ask? It's not what is the widget, it's what is the problem. And then what is the problem? What is the market? And it's a little bit different than a SWOT analysis. It's really more of a, let's work through this sort of worksheet. How long is it going to take us to pay this back? How many customers do we have? What are the competitors that are out there? That toolkit is fairly well developed, right? So I see the state in providing that toolkit as well as counseling to walk people through that. I also see it as potentially as offsetting and having a program that offsets some of the cost if we were to bring in experts that can do that, because there are companies that do exactly that, right? They come into an organization and they say, we can help you take this idea from 0 to 1. We can't necessarily, we're not going to stay here on staff forever. And so I think some of our programming is going to be around helping offset some of those costs because there are costs there. Right? So does that answer your question a little bit better? Okay. We can chat offline on that. That one sounds fun.
All right, we have time for probably 2 more questions. Senator Nethercott, I know you had a question.
Thank you. Appreciate the time. So I've heard that there are 3 major stakeholders here and a reference to the legislature being one of those. Interestingly enough, the legislature as intended is made up of a variety of individuals, all 90 of whom have their own ideas for economic development in the state and how the business council should operate and what its priorities should be. Mm-hmm. Obviously a major challenge for a new CEO to navigate all 90 of those, right. The powerful voices in the state. So how do you propose navigating all 90 of those legislators and their hopes and dreams for economic diversification in the state, all the while managing the desires of the executive branch and the governor's office?
Oh, that's, gosh, I didn't really think about all that. No, that's something that I've been asked quite a bit. And it is going to be a challenge, and you can't do it all in one day. And I also can't be the only one that does that, right? I think that that's something that our staff and our board and folks, we're going to have to work on that as a team. And really that is listening a lot and trying to understand, because I'm an outsider, which is a really good thing and that we should leverage. It's also, I am at a little bit of a deficit because I don't have some of that history, but I'm also at an advantage because I don't have a lot of that history. And frankly, sometimes that history can be a little bit challenging. I can go in with a fresh set of ears and I can listen to folks and I can try to understand and I can get some assistance on the bell curve of influence and the bell curve of folks and how they feel about the Wyoming Business Council and what we're up to. What we're going to have to do, no matter what, and this is how it works in business, you're going to have to run at something. And you're going to have to do that based on a lot of planning, which I think the strategic plan does for us. And so you're going to have a little courage that there are going to be people that don't really like me. And I'm okay with that. And that's something that over time, success, or at least saying, here's what we ran out because of this, and we had to shift here or we had to shift there, or we didn't do it right because of this. That's just part of being a leader. And I'm not going to get all 90 on board day 1, and probably not even on day 365 or past that, right? And I'm okay with that. But we've got, and that's a big key thing about business is we've got to move forward, even if we don't have everybody on board.
Thank you.
It could be a really short run for me, I guess.
2 minutes. So I'm going to ask you, John Coyne, who's on the phone. He's one of our directors, questions, and then give you about a minute to wrap up and close. John's question is how do you challenge or test that all the communities across the state have equal access to the Business Council? And ultimately, how do you feel or how do you balance that the gross impact of the initiatives across large and small communities?
That's a great question. Equal access is one thing, right? Equal access is one thing. Equal benefit is not. Is a pretty tough thing, right? Because I don't think that things are equal. And I think what we really want to be able to do is we want to be able to have equal access to programs and provide the same opportunities, but it's going to be incumbent upon those communities to take those steps forward. We can't do it all. We shouldn't do it all. That's not what we're asked to do. We're asked to provide programs and we'll provide assistance and provide opportunities to grow the economic climate in those communities. We're not going to be able to make it all happen. We can't shoulder that whole load. And I think that's where when I've talked with a number of folks, They've said, hey, these are the things that we've done in our communities, and they worked. And other communities are reticent to do those. Well, we can't be judged. We can be judged, I guess, but we can't truly take that and shoulder that load, because I do think it is a partnership. So I think one of the things that we have to do is we have to provide the opportunities for those communities, but not necessarily all of it, right? We have to meet in the middle on some of those. And there are going to be times when projects are funded that don't make sense. And we're going to have to go back to our vision and our strategic plan and say, this is why we did it. This is how it was. And here's how to do it next time so that it works out. Was there a second part to that question, though?
Well, I think it's probably a question that all of us would love to spend an hour
Or 2.
or 3 or 5 on. It's a great question that John asked, but I do want, in the interest of time, to just give you a minute or so to wrap up and make sure that I, on behalf of the board and the committee, express our gratitude for you being here.
The pleasure is all mine, absolutely. And again, I think I said this before, but I have found this process to be truly enlightening. And as a citizen of Wyoming, I worked really hard for the companies that I've been in, and I've worked really hard in the communities to make things better, but I hadn't really thought about it on a bigger scale. And so then talking with people and hearing some of the challenges that come in, it's really exciting to me. And I really appreciate the hard work that you've all done, because you've all been shouldering this load. You've all been working really hard to do this. And now I have an appreciation for it that I didn't have before. And I also hope that I don't just get to have appreciation for it, but that I can help shoulder some of that load. And so I appreciate it. I'm really happy that I've gone through this process. It has been personally educational, and it's changed me a bit, and I really appreciate all the work you've done. So thank you very much, and hopefully we're talking more in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh.
Thank you.
All right, everyone, it is about 2:45. We're going to reconvene. I'm going to give you 10 minutes. So 2:55. Okay, we'll reconvene with Steve.
I know.
Did you get it? No.
I get it.
All right. We are back in session for this special meeting of the Wyoming Business Council Board of Directors. It's a few minutes before 3, and we are moving into our second interview with Steve Farkas. Steve is here. Thank you, Steve, for being here. Let's go ahead and do introductions. Steve, the folks that are sitting at the table are those members of the Advisory Search Committee. And so I would like all of us to just go around and introduce ourselves for you, as well as, of course, board members that were not a part of that committee but are most critically involved in this process. So, Brandon, I always get it when he takes a bite of a cookie or something. But Brandon, if you would, okay. If you would please start, that would be great.
Perfect. So, Brandon Marshall, I'm the Business Development Director with the Business Council, and really my role in the committee is staff perspective, and maybe the perspective of somebody with a speech impediment. Not sure. Anyway, that's enough. That's good.
You were going to start out with Farkas?
Yeah. Mr. Farkas today. Yes.
Wonderful, and I'm Robert Briggs. I'm representing the Wyoming Economic Development Association and local economic development and community practitioners.
Gary Negich from Laramie, former co-chair, and I'm guessing economic development and business.
Cactus Cavello from Torrington, Wyoming. I'm former co-chair of the Business Council, involved in banking and economic development in Goshen County.
Now, what they said before was they were here to supervise me, and now they've left that out.
We're tired of that.
Okay.
They've realized
Yeah.
I'm Kelly Lockhart. Since they don't want that job of supervising Megan anymore, that's now my job. I'm from Jackson, and I'm on the board of directors.
I'm Aaron Sopko from Sheridan. I'm a board member, and obviously the pretty face of the group.
You can tell it's the afternoon.
Right? All sorts of spunkiness going on.
Sugar.
Erin Moore from Cheyenne.
Kim DeVore, Casper.
Mike Easley, Sundance.
Megan Getz, Laramie.
Amy Grenfell, Chief Operating Officer of the Business Council.
Cindy Johnson, Green River.
Kathy Tomasi, Kemmer.
Chuck Kenyon, Torrington, Business Council member.
Ron Harvey Werland, and you can imagine what these guys are going to be like when they start drinking.
Elena Zempel, Western Regional Director for the Business Council, staff input.
And I'm Amy Quick, Northwest Regional Director for the Business Council, also staff.
Rob Krieger, Business and Economic Advisor for Governor Gordon.
Wyoming State Senate, Laramie County.
Great, thank you.
And Steve, we do have some folks on the phone that are attending virtually, so I want to make sure we acknowledge them. Let's start first with Alan. Alan, would you introduce yourself? Alan?
Maybe you can introduce them.
Well, I will introduce them. Let's try Ron Kenzie. Is Ron available?
Yes, Ron Kenzie's here. Ron Kenzie, board member from Sheridan, Wyoming.
Great, Ron. And what about, is Jerry Bland on, or is he tuning in still in a bit? Okay, well, Steve, just so you know, Alan Hoops from Star Valley and Ron Bland from Jackson may be joining in questions. One other board member, John Coyne. John, are you on?
I am, thanks. John Coyne, Board of Director out of Grayville, Wyoming.
Great, John, we appreciate having you. So Steve, the way that our format's going to run is, as we've talked about before, we'll give you about 5 minutes as far as an introduction goes. If you would like to just kind of lump that with your presentation, and I'll just kind of put my annoying phone timer on for 35 minutes, we can do it that way. And then we'll either use the remaining time that you expend in your presentation if you don't use it all, or 35 minutes of questions and answers. There are no kind of preconceived or pre-drafted questions. The board is quite a talkative group, and so I have no doubt we'll engage in a fun conversation with you. But first, Steve, I want to extend on behalf of the board and the Wyoming Business Council our sincere appreciation for you taking an interest in this position and for you working through this process. It's been great to visit with you, get to know you, and just develop as we've gone through this, as with the other candidates. So thank you for being here, and with that, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you very much, and thank you all for the opportunity to be here. What I will do is I'll just jump into my introduction and then segue into the presentation, if that's okay.
You bet.
For those of you that I haven't had an opportunity to meet, just a little bit of background. My father was in the Air Force. He was actually the wing commander here at FE Warren in the late 80s. That was my introduction to Wyoming. Although I did not live here, as I was going to school at that time, it opened the door to explore a what-if opportunity. When I finished school back east, business opportunity presented itself here in Wyoming, and as I moved here, my family was moving back east. So that business translated to an opportunity to lead at that time the nation's largest specialty retailer in its space with 140 locations in 20 states and over 2,000 employees. There was a lot of mergers, acquisitions, private equity transactions, and it was really a unique opportunity to develop and be a part of a business that was based in Wyoming. Through that time, I was actively involved with a lot of the economic development groups since we had locations around Wyoming and Cheyenne. And as a lot of the economic development folks would come to us and say, we need your help in working with businesses to understand what it means to do business here. And more importantly, that you can operate a business here and have the national presence that your business had. Towards the end of my private industry career, I had served as an executive in residence in the College of Business. And it was during that time that the then dean said, hey, have you ever thought about higher education? And I told him I thought he was crazy. What that translated to was a unique opportunity eventually to come on board with the college and help them develop very innovative programs to connect our resources within the college and within the university across the state and be relevant to our stakeholders. My first assignment was to create the first career professional development center for the college. That then moved on to developing a corporate engagement initiative. And then I later re-engineered our MBA programs, which led to our first national ranking in its history. And then here more recently, I have now taken over leadership of our strategy engagement for the college. And through that period of time in the College of Business, I've also been actively involved with economic development agencies and with state leadership on how we organize ourselves in very relevant ways as we think about programs within the college, as we think about things that we do across the university to really support businesses and think about some of those value-add services. I was asked by the former president of the university to serve as a liaison between the university and Endow, and served in that capacity for a couple of years, and really enjoyed having the opportunity to travel the state, work with communities and leadership, work with businesses, and really identify the unique opportunities that are out there for us to diversify our economy, and really what leads us to where we are now. I'm also currently working and supporting an initiative with the governor's office as we think about the state's revenue sources and how we think about diversifying those opportunities, understanding those impacts so that we can think about developing preemptive strategies to support our state economic development. I have my family. My wife is originally from Cheyenne, and I have 2 children. My daughter just graduated from the University of Wyoming this last spring. in business and is actually working here in Cheyenne. As I tell others, I think I did my job as we talk about how we retain our in-state talent, where she graduated in 4 years and had a job upon graduation in the state of Wyoming. So that's a success. And our son is studying kinesiology and business at the University of Wyoming and has a couple of years left. So we're very passionate about Wyoming. Again, I grew up in a military family, moved every 3 to 4 years, and Wyoming is the longest I've ever lived anywhere. And so I do claim Wyoming as home, and really personally and professionally invested in the state, and why I am truly interested in leading the charge as we think about the Business Council and its next steps. So as we think about where we go with this presentation, I thought it'd be important just to cover some key areas here. One will be some of the key considerations that I believe that are foundational to our economic development strategy as a state. Another area that I'd like to touch on as part of a complementary strategy to our current Business Council strategy, and that is the idea of asset-based economic development. I'll touch on that. And then economic return on investments. I've been quite vocal in my conversations with folks around the state about how we change the narrative around investments, and truly understanding the broader impacts of the investments we make, and how they impact our communities and spur additional new businesses, goods, and services. And then as part of our presentation, we were asked to kind of touch on a couple of goals that have been identified through the Business Council strategy, and then we'll wrap up with how we advance those selected goals. So as we think about economic development within the state, there are some key considerations that I think are foundational to how we evaluate those opportunities. We understand the current environment here within the state, and right now through, again, various projects I've been associated with through the university or other agencies, it's really about how we develop preemptive strategies to address revenue deficits that we know are around the corner. And but at the same time, how do we go about protecting those key assets through the idea of diversification? There's been a lot of discussion around, as we think about economic strategy and execution, are we really articulating a cohesive message? Do all of our economic development groups on a local, regional, or state level, are we on the same page relative to what it is that we're trying to achieve? And so foundationally, I think there's an opportunity, and through the role of the Business Council, to think about how we become the active facilitators of that collaboration to ensure that there is a cohesive economic development strategy. And as we think about how we go about developing that cohesive strategy, it's about developing an integrated communication plan across all those development channels. Because we're Wyoming, and because we are actively involved in this idea of economic development or diversification, whether you're a state agency or at the university or an economic development group or you're a business, everybody has the same objectives. And so there's got to be a mechanism there to ensure that communications are clear, consistent, and integrated. And then lastly, it's really, really important, obviously, that as we think about our economic development strategy, how do we go about measuring those outcomes in a way that aligns with the overall state strategy? So when we think about measurement, it ties back to accountability for me. Because if you don't have measurement, it's hard to hold folks accountable and or those that are on the receiving end of the investments being made. So as we think about the Business Council and the opportunities that exist there relative to defining what it is that we mean by success, that's part of that collaborative effort in working with economic development groups, state agencies, legislatures, the governor's office, and how do we define success? Is it jobs? Is it enhanced community services? Is it new revenue sources? What does that look like, principally speaking? And then again, as we think about mechanisms to evaluate or measure what it is that we're doing, coming up with a consistent way of developing a set of tools or scorecards that with state leadership agreeing and contributing to what those measurements or metrics look like, that include not only what the outcomes or the deliverables are, but also what are the agreed upon timetables. Very, very important as we think about the analysis that we do around the opportunities for the state, that we're combining that economic analysis also with public input and dialogue. Oftentimes, we'll share information with the public around what the economic impacts are of opportunities that we're exploring. But at the end of the day, it's very difficult for the average citizen to truly understand how does that affect me as an individual and as a citizen of the community that I reside in or the business that I operate. So there's got to be a sense of awareness there that as we articulate that analysis in a way that it's very much presented in layman's terms so that people can respond and anticipate why we do the things that we do. And then lastly, as we think about this accountability component, that we truly are demonstrating outcomes that support the state's economic diversification agenda. It's as if in business where you develop your core values or core objectives, you continue to ask that question, does it satisfy X? And if it does, we're on track. If it doesn't, and it's inconsistent with what the agenda is of the business, or in this case, the state's economic diversity agenda, then it's probably an opportunity to change the conversation. So I alluded to earlier this idea of asset-based economic development. In rural areas of the United States, and obviously Wyoming falls right into this category, there's a lot of challenges around remoteness, population declines, and other variables that affect a community and or a region. And at the end of the day, we just not have the capacity or the critical mass to really drive the economic development objectives that they would aspire to. So the opportunity, in my opinion, exists in how we think about complementing our existing strategies by focusing on this idea of an asset-based economic development plan where, we hone in on those key assets that we know are differentiators for us in the marketplace. You identify those assets, you evaluate their benefits to the local economy, you analyze those assets in ways that demonstrate economic impacts. You make the investments that are necessary to grow those assets, whether it be in infrastructure, quality of life, education, et cetera. But then you're also using this as a platform for creating these key partnerships between the stakeholders, both locally, regionally, and at the state level. As we know, here in Wyoming, we're highly interconnected. And this is a shift away from what a traditional economic development plan might look like, where you're evaluating what's happening within a particular region or a community, and you're looking to fill in the gaps or offset the gaps because of maybe some deficiencies are there. And so you tend to invest in those opportunities. But at the same time, as an experience with this state, that sometimes it's a short-lived, and they fall in the categories of must.
Sorry, Steve, your microphone turned off. So.
Battery.
Yeah, perfect. If you want to just put that on the podium, that works.
We good?
Yes.
All right. Look awkward walking around with this.
We only have 3.
So again, we're talking about how do we leverage existing assets to create a sustained economic growth model for us. And the other way to look at this too is, and again, and I've had lots of conversations with businesses around the state, is shifting the thinking away from how do we take our existing businesses in the state and help them grow to where they're adding, let's say, 20 jobs, and versus trying to hone in on that one company that brings 100 jobs. So there's an opportunity here, I think, to think of, as we think about our existing economic development strategy through the Business Council and how we integrate this idea of a complementary asset-based evaluation that allows our communities to realize and assign a value to things that differentiate them and that could translate into a diversified economic base.
So, there we go. So as part of this analysis, and I get pretty excited about this, and I talked about this earlier, is this idea of economic return on investment. Having been on the other side of the fence, both in the private industry and then also just with my time working with the university and looking at how we organize ourselves around investments, and that we tend to sometimes hone in on that singular investment, and we think that, okay, here's that one investment. Well, then we get some pushback because folks from the outside or our stakeholders say, well, that one investment that the state decided to make or an economic developer decided to make, how does that benefit me? Are there some other special interests that are involved here? I mean, what is the true cost benefit of what those investments are? So I more recently here within the College of Business have been working with our economics folks on incorporating some modeling, and this is translated to working with several businesses and exploring opportunities around the state about how you truly articulate what that return on investment is beyond that initial investment. And so what you see here is, and this is a software program that's available at the university and the state through its economic analysis division also has some of these tools and resources. Some of you may have heard of REMI, and these are very complementary in what they do. But so as we think about some of these initial investments we make around economic development, there's a thing called a direct effect, then there's the indirect, and then there's the induced. And this is really, again, a critical piece of communications around how we think about our communities. And so as we think about, that initial investment made in a business and the new jobs that might be created, but, how does that trickle down to some of these indirect effects, which includes, new goods and services, exploration of new businesses that are created. So now you're actually diversifying the economy, but then you're also looking at some of the induced effects, which includes this idea of diversifying the revenue base as well. And then for the average folks that are on the sideline trying to question around these investments that we're making around these economic development strategies, by now realizing that these investments that are being made, I am a direct beneficiary of. Either it's affecting my business, or I'm the beneficiary of new goods and services or community amenities, whatever that might look like. So again, the narrative changes now to truly understanding what are those broader impacts, but maybe more importantly, it helps us to start prioritizing where those investments are made, because as we think about those investments being made across broader channels, or the effects of those investments being made across broader channels, the likelihood of creating greater buy-in at the community level. There's been a recent example here, not that long ago. Some of you may have remembered the headlines when Tesla decided to do their big battery manufacturing facility in Nevada, and they actually went through the same exercise working with local and state leadership. And so they profiled, what those direct, indirect, and induced effects were. And that conversation translated into this idea of having a public-private engagement where you had Tesla coming to the table with investments, you had the community and the state looking at making investments, because now, again, the conversation was around, yes, we're creating some immediate jobs in terms of the construction, but then it translated to then, the hiring of new people. There were new goods and services that were created within the community in terms of companies, and there was, wages that were generated on the induced side, then trickled into the community, increasing the tax base. So there's just all these variables that come into play, and why I truly believe that these become opportunities for us to think about when we think about investments, as we think about economic development. Ensuring that we truly are understanding what those broader impacts are, which then allows us to back into the Business Council's strategic plan. And as we think about some of these strategic goals, and specifically the two goals that I wanted to focus in on, were supporting local economic developers and helping existing businesses expand. Now that we've got we have the economic analysis available to us. We've done some asset mapping and or assignment of value to those assets within our communities. the conversation with our local economic developers is very different, as now we're arming them with information that allows them to objectively assess what these opportunities are, as well as pitching the idea of how they can procure resources to develop these opportunities. Then as we think about helping existing businesses expand, the conversation is somewhat similar as we think about how we leverage these analysis tools, and as we think about the addition of new goods and services and helping them become a more sustainable business within their respective communities. So how do we go about doing this? So as we think about supporting our local economic development groups or helping existing businesses, these highlights are representative of feedback that I received during my time at Dow, my ongoing relationship with my capacity at the university and with the Business Council, working with various economic development groups, and really working with a lot of businesses around the state. As we think about the local economic development groups, I see the Business Council really working with these groups to assist them in assigning value to these existing assets, but also at the same time, they're soliciting input from all these other stakeholders. As I referenced earlier, there are a lot of entities around the state that are directly or indirectly involved with economic development, and they do have some influence. So it does require soliciting some of those inputs to ensure that there's some of that management of expectations on the front end. As we think about our board here and the Business Council staff, this group should be on the front line of assisting with the identification of these opportunities and really kind of helping make that business case. As I look at the organizational structure of the Business Council, I see one of the key roles for us is the role of our regional directors. And as I've shared with them, these are the boots on the ground. These are the eyes and ears of what's happening around our state. We need to make sure that they're supported and are armed with the information and the access to resources that allows them to truly engage and support their local business, but at the same time, have the tools available to them that allows them to recognize what are some of these diversification opportunities. It's critical that we're obviously partnering with the legislature to prioritize these economic development opportunities as we think about the investments that are to be made, and to ensure that our communities truly understand what the financing framework looks like and that they understand how to engage these resources in very relevant ways. As I've spent some time with these economic development groups, I've always is interested in hearing what their interpretation of our role at the university is and things that we take for granted in terms of resources that are available to help support businesses as an economic development, things that we consider part of our core strategy that folks just don't know about. And so I think that there are a lot of things that are out there that we can help be a conduit for as we connect businesses in our communities with some of the educational resources that are available to us around the state. And then also helping these economic development groups, again, quantify what the opportunities are and make sure that as they think about opportunities that they want to align themselves with, that they're reminded of how it aligns with the state goals and those overall objectives. And critically, it's important that we communicate successes. What do we learn from the successes that we've had, and how do we extrapolate some of the things that got us to where we are so that we can learn from those things and adapt them to new communities and new economic development opportunities. As we think about it, helping existing businesses, the communication strategy again is one that boils down to how do we support these businesses? And again, this is where the regional directors and other members of the Business Council organization come into play. Is how do we create this toolkit of best practices? So that instead of having, let's say, a menu of services per se, about how you go about further developing your business, it's a very applied way of having a conversation on here are things that are aligned with similar situations, similar businesses, similar industries, and here's what they did to get to the desired outcome. The educational resources thing I've been pretty passionate about here over the last few years. as I feel a unique charge within the College of Business to ensure that we are demonstrating that relevancy piece. And I've kind of described that, the state really should be our laboratory for how we think about engaging our businesses and other stakeholders and testing some of our research, introducing our students to opportunities, actively working with our community colleges around certificates and experiential learning and internships so that we're developing that workforce, which is a big area of opportunity that we hear from our businesses consistently about. We just need more people that have the skills and experiences that are consistent with my business needs. Helping our business understand what the access to capital framework looks like. I'm amazed that a lot of our businesses and communities, they know about grants, they know about loans, but when it comes to how to procure those things, it's a little bit burdensome, and they don't know who to speak with, excuse me, and or then how to put the pieces together in a way that allows them to realize those needs resources. And then lastly, it's critical that we think about how we work with these businesses to help make a business case for how they can grow their businesses around existing goods and services they may be currently producing, so that they can expand and consider their business sustainable for the future. So some recent Wyoming examples that kind of ties a lot of these things in here, excuse me, relative to, again, the economic analysis, the economic return on investment, the asset-based conversations. More recently here, I've had the opportunity to work with 3 relatively large projects that both on a state, regional, and on a more local level. And one includes working with a Trona business where we are, everything I've just described here in terms of the opportunities around how you understand some of those returns on investments. We've got a Trona business is looking to expand their current operations, new projects. We've identified with them what that could translate in terms of temporary jobs, permanent jobs. A big part of that conversation too is the coal transition. So as we think about these jobs and with what's happening around the state with our coal mines, and does that workforce transition over into this operation, or the identified skills that are required? Again, things that the educational landscape should be able to support. We've also had conversations around what the upside is relative to taxes and royalties and new revenue sources for the state. But again, this is an example of where you've had state, local, and the university involved at the table having this conversation. We're actively talking to a renewable energy business right now that's looking to move into Southeast Wyoming, looking at building out a manufacturing facility, which will translate to new manufacturing jobs, service jobs. Then as we think about this whole induced type of scenario, now you're talking about equipment suppliers and new business creation. Again, another opportunity for this whole coal transition discussion. And again, state, local, and the university collaborating on how you move the needle on making this business understand the viability of what they want to do. And again, we're talking about opportunities for diversifying the revenue base for the state. And then on a more localized level, there had been a conversation around an indoor practice facility, and this is just used as an example because to date, there had been a lot of conversations around, do we do a 6-penny tax? Do we do charges? And there's pushback from the citizens saying, well, how do I benefit from this thing? My kids don't play sports. They don't do this, they don't do that. Well, by changing the narrative around building this facility and what that translates into the new jobs, both in construction, the service, new business creations that have synergistic value to where this would be located. You're increasing the opportunities for new businesses around goods and services. And as a citizen now, I see the benefits of that investment because I now have access to things that weren't there before. I may not use the facility, but I may visit the restaurants or the retail that now pop up around that. And oh, by the way, the revenue generation that's created within the community for where people are talking about having to maybe be succumbed to new taxes or whatnot. Now there's offsets to that because now there are businesses that are contributing to the economy that allows our citizens to continue to enjoy the services and amenities that they enjoy. So those three examples of how, as we think about it, and I see these as examples of as business council organizes itself around its strategy and as it looks at complementary ways to assess opportunities on a local, regional, or state level. As we think about the existing businesses or new businesses that may be interested in being here, there are some models and a template, if you will, that allows us to have that conversation on how we increase the probability of closing the deal on making the things happen. And lastly, I see the Business Council really as being, this is a kind of a hub and spoke kind of a model where, really is the key driver and influencer facilitator on ensuring that there is some cohesion here. And as we think about what our strategy is, and is the active collaborator with the governor's office, a legislator, local economic groups, state agencies, and our industry partners. It's not suggesting that you're trying to be everything everyone, but there should be some centralization around what the strategy is, how we go about executing that strategy, how we measure results, and ensuring that there's consistency and alignment with the state's overall economic strategy. So that's it.
Well, I didn't need to give you my reminder. You can tell I go to court where they're like, right, Tara?
That's good.
1 minute.
So I saw the 5 that those. You're done.
I wasn't.
So if I guess I just wrap up, again, just thank you again for the opportunity to be here. I feel very fortunate that I've had the opportunity to be on the front line of a lot of things that we're talking about here, and the opportunity to expand that leadership capacity to really affect the future of what Wyoming's economic development landscape looks like is really exciting, and I believe with the experience that I've had both in the public and private sector and the relationships that have been created, the partnerships that have been created, that there's a high degree of probability that we will together be able to move that proverbial needle to make a difference here in the state. So thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Steve. I know I really appreciated the different outlooks on economic development. We're all many of us may have questions, many may develop questions as we go along. We've got about 40 minutes to kind of engage in that dialogue. So I guess I'll just kick it off if you don't mind. One of the questions that I think is pretty pivotal that I ask is, as you've been a part of Endow, as you've been a part of Wyoming Business Council collaterally, you've had the opportunity to observe in the last 7 or 8 months how we have really sat down and in a very quick, but I believe thorough process to refresh and look at our strategy and what our goals are. What's the mission? What do you think the Wyoming Business Council is here for? What is our purpose?
So I do believe that the purpose really is to be the key driver for the state's economic development and be the facilitator for resource procurement, to be kind of an indicator of where we are as a state relative to economic development, assisting with developing the metrics, ensuring that, as I referenced in my presentation, that there's cohesion in how we articulate what it is that we are organizing ourselves around as we think about economic development or economic diversification. There are a lot of activities around the state that, or a lot of entities around the state that are aligned with this idea of economic development, economic diversification. But it also seems to me that the Business Council has a very important role to ensure that they are seen as a support mechanism for ensuring that economic development is happening across local, regional, and at the state level, and also actively collaborating with the governor to ensure that as we think about economic development and the priorities that have been set, that we're consistently aligned with what those priorities look like.
As a follow-up to that, it's really nice to know that I think we're thinking the same thing. This current board and this current staff took a lot of effort and time to put together our new refreshed strategy with not only activation objectives, goals within each of those. How would you feel as the CEO coming into a strategy, a mission, and even an action plan that you didn't have participation in creating?
So I've had that experience in business, and what you inherit is a roadmap, and then the next question is how are we measuring what we've done? And so most strategies leave room for a conversation around do we adapt based upon whether or not we are hitting the mark based upon the expectations that we've created for ourselves as a business, or in this case, the economic or the Wyoming Business Council. So I think having the opportunity to come on board and have that roadmap, which has got incredible buy-in from the board, from the staff, and other stakeholders, you give it the opportunity to deliver on the things that it outlines. But you then also have to ensure that you're incorporating opportunities to measure. And if we're not hitting the mark based upon the expectations we create the strategic plan, to be in a position to have that conversation in terms of how do we pivot or how do we adapt to ensure that we're going to move where we need to produce those desired outcomes.
Thank you. Questions? Kelly.
So given the roadmap is out there, and we all know, given the state of Wyoming's economy and our
Kelly, talking
deficit and the structural deficit that we're facing, some of us believe that is structural, that it's different this time, that it's not just a boom and it's not a bust, and that we really have to look at structural solutions. So is the roadmap that is in front of you, and or if you were speaking to the governor, what are the structural changes necessary to meet the ongoing structural deficit and or issue that I think personally is ongoing and is going to take a little while? So I guess the question is the roadmap that we've presented helpful? If not, what needs to be? And if that structural deficit needs help from others, who would that be and how would you collaborate with those?
So structurally, I somewhat touched on here in my presentation in terms of things that we need to be thinking about in terms of some of these measured outcomes. If you were to look at Wyoming's economy, and I think it ranks as least or second to the least diversified economy in the country. And granted, we have incredible assets here that have driven the state to where it is. But as part of that conversation, there does need to be a discussion around, as we think about structure, and structure for me is about, as we think of the revenue components that are in play. And as we look at this roadmap, the Business Council, the strategy that the Business Council has created, as we think about how we measure that strategy, again, jobs are important, but I think we really need to be thinking importantly that within the structures that are accommodative, do you actually create opportunities to realize new revenue streams? And so as we think about existing assets, and why I think the idea of taking an asset-based look at our economic development initiatives is that you look at ways of how do you expand
those goods and services are commodities in the case of Wyoming, and think about them in different ways to where you can increase opportunities for new tax revenues, royalties, et cetera. But that requires an opportunity for a conversation on what is the appetite for increasing revenues across some of these different economic channels. We've talked about natural resources. We understand what their key contributors are to the state, but then as we think about other economic drivers for the state, tourism, for example, are there opportunities to be thinking about how we tap into those areas of the economy to expand the revenue sources? So structurally, I think there needs to be some accommodative discussion around, what is it that we're prepared to do? Is there that appetite to expand the structure in a way that allows for a conversation around adding or increasing taxes or other ways of driving revenue to offset what we know that the state is currently facing? I've had lots of conversations around this idea of preemptive thinking. Our history has been somewhat reactionary, and I believe that as we think about the Business Council strategy and activating new businesses, adding new value, and really honing in on how we support economic development and diversification on a local or regional level, I'd like to think that opens the door to those structural conversations and how we do increase the prospects for driving new sources of revenue for the state.
Cactus.
Steve Cactus Cavello. Hypothetically, you've been hired as the new CEO. What's your first priority? What's the first thing you want to accomplish, and how do you know that you've got that job done?
First priority is really spending time with the organization and with you all as the board to have this conversation around the strategy that's been created. As Megan touched on, you come on board and you've inherited a board, an organization, and a strategy that's expected to be executed on. So within that first 30 days, my vision would be to have that conversation with all those stakeholders to truly understand how we got to where we are and what those expectations are, understand the resource landscape, understand the time horizons, have the conversation around what the measurements are going to look like so that we can organize ourselves in very meaningful ways. And I would like to think that, based upon those measurements that we've created and getting the buy-in across all those channels, that, the indicators of success is that we'll have some of those short-term wins that we can point back to that are incorporated into that strategy, that we can say, here's a short-term win that is foundational to how we think about some of these other areas of opportunity that have been identified within the strategy, and we build on those things. But it's important to come in with a very open mind and know that that there may be opportunities to complement the work that's been done to date, and to have that conversation around how we go about doing it. Just again, as I touched on in the presentation, this idea of thinking about how we think about our key assets and how do you integrate that into the strategic plan in terms of how you evaluate opportunities, and as we think about the measurements and that whole idea of economic return, those stories or those benchmarks for how we think about how we measure success will be critically important to me, and I believe that those shorter term wins that are measured and demonstrate impact become opportunities for us to communicate some of these success stories that to our stakeholders then demonstrates that we've got great leadership, we've got great buy-in from those stakeholders, and we are moving the needle for economic development for the state.
Oh, Amy, go ahead.
How does community development fit into your vision for economic development?
Well, during Endow, we talked a lot about the criticalness of community development. And so as we think about attracting new businesses or expanding existing businesses, that, community infrastructure, community amenities are a critical piece of all that. So I see that very much as an integrated part of the conversation. And that as we think about, areas of opportunity around the state, that as we think about a business, and I know, having been on the other side of the fence, that as you talked about moving employees or supporting existing employees, that conversation is what is happening in the community, so that I know that my employees are driving great distances for entertainment or for healthcare or whatever that might look like. So. In fact, I worked with a business here in Western Wyoming to address a healthcare issue because their employees were having to drive to Utah for all their healthcare. So community amenities are critically important and an integral part of how we think about that economic development strategy, and must be a part of an integrated approach to assigning value to what that economic return on investment is for the opportunities that we decided to look at.
Gary.
Thank you, sir. Steve, many people in this room view you as an academic. I know. Break them of that. Tell me about your greatest business success. What did you do that you're most proud of in business?
Well, what I was really proud of is when this business, we went from roughly 20 locations to 140, and through that entire period of time, I was on the front end of a lot of that merger and acquisition activity. And the thing that I always really enjoyed was the opportunity to take on the challenge of how do you integrate systems and people and organizations and cultures to make what eventually became the nation's largest of its kind, and to take some ownership in knowing that your approach to how you engaged those businesses and those people, and put the pieces in place that allowed those companies to deliver consistent with our shareholder expectations was of great success to me. And it's because of all those activities that I was a party to and the leadership roles that I've had in industry. I truly believe that that's helped me. Thank you. Evie and Todd fighting the crowd here a little bit. So
we all need it.
A lot of that private sector success I've really leveraged as part of my time at the university and coming into the College of Business, and so I appreciate that. I think I'm an academic, but I think if you were to talk to the folks, that I'm a little bit of an outlier. So, and because people know my background, but at the same time, as you think about leadership and the ability to adapt and use those skills and experience in a way to really develop programs and organize people within a university environment, I think is a pretty good indicator of the success that I can have across lots of different channels there. So. Yeah.
Aaron with an A.
Thank you, Megan. Good hair. With a good haircut, that's right. Steve, just in reviewing your resume, obviously an outlier because you've got a good mix of.
Would you say I'm an academic based on my resume?
Lately, you're an academic. However, you have a history of obvious business experience, but I think that it's also a great mix. It puts you in a position, especially where you are right now at the university, to see the relationship that the Business Council has had with the university, but also to see if maybe we're missing something. You talked a lot about in your presentation engaging the university as well as the local colleges and in an effort for local economic development. And it was in engaging local economic developers. Do you believe that we're missing something today as a business council with the university? Are we missing opportunities to truly include them in our economic development efforts? Is that an area that I'm getting from you that you would like to develop? And if so, how do we go about doing that?
So there's been a lot of work done to date between the Business Council and the university and the College of Business, and the organization has done a great job facilitating and identifying those opportunities of how the Business Council can leverage the resources the university has to support the economic development strategy. So I see those as ongoing and active conversations. I think there's always more that you can do. And I believe one of the unique advantages that I bring to the role is that I understand how to navigate the university environment in a way that continues to draw on some of those relevant connections to support the initiatives that we've committed ourselves to. As you look at the state of Wyoming, I say we're all in this together, and there's got to be a way to figure out how to bring all these groups together in ways that we truly understand what each other does, and what each other does relative to what I need to get done. And sometimes, in the world of higher education, sometimes how we attempt to articulate what we do is not easily understood. And so I've played that role a lot in terms of how you take what we do and translate that into business terms so that people are able to identify and engage those resources in very meaningful ways.
Ron?
I don't want to get yelled at for not speaking into the microphone. You touched on this a little bit earlier, Steve. On the phone listening in is probably many economic development directors around the state that answer to a board, that go out and talk to their businesses to raise the funds to stay in business. If there's a message there that they can take to their board, that they can walk into the business that they're visiting with that day, what message do you want them that they heard today from you that they can take as a positive? This guy is going to help our local economy.
Yeah, I would hope that they would see us as, or me, or the Business Council as being a true partner in supporting what it is that they're trying to achieve. I think it's really, really important that, and again, I feel, having had some experience with some of our economic development agencies around the state, that ensuring that as part of that partnership, that they see us as a resource and or a connector or a conduit to things that we have access to that they may not, that kind of helps make that business case for them to get the investments they need and or support those businesses that they represent. I would envision that, not knowing exactly how involved prior CEOs were in terms of being on the front line of actively working with economic development leadership around the state. But, I would envision a lot of time spent in the field having these conversations around, what's keeping you up at night? What is it that you need? What are the gaps that need to be filled? How can we help you assign value to, the assets that you have, consistent with, part of the conversation that I had in the presentation. So I would hope that they would see that as we're moving forward with the Business Council strategic plan, that they're very much a part of that planning, and that will enable them to be able to deliver on the initiatives that they've committed themselves to.
Kathy?
Hi. So I live in Southwest Wyoming, which is a long way from here, but you're talking about the small economic development groups and how you would help them. How do you plan on getting the word out to the other outer areas besides Cheyenne, Laramie, Casper?
Right. Yeah, this idea, and I guess, the idea of a communication strategy is going to have to be a part of the conversation here. And that communication is going to have to be highly adaptive, so that as we're sharing information around resources and availability for engagement, that it's articulated in a way that our communities can understand and assign value to. So I think it's going to be, whether it's, e-communications or in-person communications, it's spending time with local groups, sitting at roundtable conversations, spending time with businesses, fully immersed in these. And I have traveled the state extensively, and I know the value of, for over and above all the formal communication that might go out about, things that we do and the resources that may be available. I also recognize that it's critically important that there's that face time, that there's an opportunity to have the conversation so that questions can be asked and the message can be adapted in a way that the folks, your stakeholders, can understand and want to engage and understand those next steps.
Steve, what excites you? What makes you get pretty pumped up, and what really makes you mad?
I'll start with the latter. What really makes me mad is I can't speak very well right now because I got this crud. But, so my thoughts
we're not holding that against you.
My thoughts are a little bit cloudy right now, but no, it really gets me excited. I mean, this opportunity is, timing is everything. And, as I look at my career, again, on the private sector side, being here in Wyoming and then coming over to the university and being there for almost 10 years and having that opportunity to make measured impacts around the state, both on individual levels, business levels, agency levels. I've always been wired in a way that if I can leverage my experience and things that I've been exposed to in a way that helps others get to where they want to be, that gets me really excited. And fortunately, with my time in the state, with the relationships that I've been able to create across all those various channels, I've been fortunate to be able to make a difference in a lot of different areas, whether it be at the university with our faculty, with our students, with programs, other colleges, working with other businesses, working with state agencies, working with the governor's office. I've committed myself to the state and doing what I can to advance its agenda around ensuring that what we're looking at is truly sustainable and that that we can truly look back several years from now and say, look, this is something that we commit ourselves to, and the plans that have put in motion. What do you think about our strategic plan with the Business Council? That we've activated some measured outcomes to where the state now is in a good place, and we can think of ourselves as a truly diversified economy with sustainable upside. But in terms of what gets me mad, I don't know if I ever really get mad. I channel
Your kids say that?
I channel frustrations in ways that hopefully produces a more positive outcome. So instead of getting mad, that's not necessarily, from my experience, isn't necessarily productive, and probably sets you back a little bit in terms of actually getting some things done. So why not dial it back a little bit? Why are you upset? And then how can you channel this into something that might be turned into a positive?
I'm going to ask John Coyne. He's one of our directors that's on the phone. I'm going to ask his question. How do you challenge or test that all communities across the state have equal access to the Business Council? And ultimately, how do you feel, or how do you balance the gross impact that those initiatives have across large communities and small communities?
Well, again, I guess there's there's not a one size fits all approach to this, because everybody's going to have each of these groups, each of these communities is going to have unique needs and demands. And so I very much see the approach as being one that not just generates equal access, but it's adaptive access, so that there's an opportunity to have a conversation around yes, the business council is accessible. Yes, it has this portfolio of resources that can support, the needs of the state. But then how do you shift that conversation onto how do we adapt the resources that are in that portfolio in a way that makes those measured impacts? And I think it's really, really important as we think about our local economic development groups that part of that conversation is, again, to things that I spoke about earlier, is assigning that value to those key assets. And then I think that drives that conversation around then the economic valuation and then the opportunities for it. Then how do we support those communities and the initiatives that they committed themselves to increase that probability of them getting to that desired outcome.
Mike?
Okay. Yeah.
Thanks.
He's taking a drink. I'm
Sorry?
going to change it up for, imagine that. So, Steve, I want to talk about leadership.
Yep.
And if you would, what I'd like you to do is...
Pull it close to you, I think. Down.
Sorry. What I'd like to do is have you define what you think ideal leadership looks like, and then compare and contrast how you see yourself as a leader against that, and use some specific examples from your career where you've either met that definition or maybe you fall short, and what you've learned from that.
So I think a good leader is able to establish a vision, has the ability to clearly articulate what that vision is, organize people in very meaningful ways, holds themselves accountable in addition to the people that they're supporting, and has a high degree of integrity, and is highly adaptive. I think those are all very important parts of being a leader, and I touch on those things as those are standards that I've always held myself to. And that last one is probably one of the more important, is the ability to be adaptive. We've talked about today, coming out of the private sector to working for the university, and then working across, maybe some of the state agencies. A good leader recognizes what it is that they can deliver, and has that ability to adapt their style in a way to get to desired results, and that includes identification of skills that people have, and identification of what it is that resources that are available, and organize those in very meaningful ways that gets to what it is that the organization or the company or the entity was aspiring to accomplish. In my career, I think you always hold yourself to a very high standard, and so sometimes it's easy to think that you've maybe fallen short a little bit in some areas, and I think that's something that you have to, and it comes back to that self-awareness thing that a good leader also has, is that you recognize that you may not deliver at the high level that you want to all the time. And you may stumble on the way, but how do you use those opportunities to learn, and also be receptive to feedback from the people that work for you, as I have found too over the years that as part of that self-awareness factor, critically important that you listen a lot. Listen to your stakeholders, you listen to your organization, and those indicators through listening help you adapt that style. But at the same time, in the instances where you're not performing at the level that maybe you would like to, those groups or those members of your organization or your leadership team, to kind of help you put things in perspective relative to, are you holding yourself to a standard that is maybe a little bit different than what we'd expect of you? And, oh, by the way, we're on the right path. And let's think about how we can do this together to move the organization forward. So, I can't give you a specific example where I've fallen short per se, outside of just knowing myself individually, and that I hold myself to a very, very high standard, and rely on those around me to give me those indications of areas of opportunity where I can maybe be a better leader for them.
Okay, thanks.
Cindy?
Oh, thank you.
Microphone.
Good afternoon, Steve. I would like you to tell me about a time when you were challenged ethically and what you did about that.
Think about that for a minute here. So, fortunately, I haven't had that dilemma too often. So,
Right.
I guess I can share an example here. Back in the private sector, one of the businesses I was affiliated with, I was moving on to another opportunity, and in the business at the time was had some financial obligations to a vendor community, and the business at the time said, "Hey, we need you to stay. We understand you're going out there, but we'd like to put together a very lucrative retention bonus for you." And I said, "A retention bonus?" I said, "How are we going to afford the numbers you're talking about when I know what our obligations look like to our vendor community?" And long story short is I told them absolutely not. And the basis for that was, in the world of business, as we know, we run in very small circles, and what goes around comes around. And but I use that as an example where it's been very easy to procure that retention incentive and look the other way, and then move on to my next opportunity. But because of the pride that I take in the development of relationships and partnerships, and interestingly, the same vendor communities I continue to rely on now for a lot of my outside interests, in addition to things that I've done for the university. So things do come back around full circle, and they knew that story too. And so I feel, I've held myself to, as I've said, I hold myself to a very high standard, and even though dilemmas or circumstances may have been presented because of the foundational principles that I operate from, and I hold others to, I'd like to think I've got a pretty good roadmap for navigating those pieces, and to ensure that what you see is what you get.
Let's do questions over here. Tara, and then Amy, and then we'll need to evaluate our time. So Tara, if you'll go ahead, that'd be great.
Thank you. Because the legislature wants to know, with a historical perspective in mind, what would you identify are the primary factors that are prohibiting Wyoming's 150 years of efforts for economic diversification, starting with allowing women the right to vote and hold office, to change that 6-to-1 male to female ratio? But in all seriousness and succinctly, what do you think are those top factors that are prohibiting our efforts?
From what I understand, I believe that there's, to some extent, a interpretation of the current environment being one of that this is just another one of those cycles. We'll get through it, and things will rebound, and we'll be in a good place again. However, to your question earlier, structurally, and systemically, the state is in a much different place. That is being influenced by a lot of external factors. And so there's a mindset that I believe needs to shift to recognize that when these structural components of the state and then the revenues behind them do materially change, how does that affect our average citizen in the state? And I'm not sure, and we've had these conversations, I'm not sure that the person on Main Street truly understands what the current economic climate is, and that things are not going to change, and because of the structural and the external forces that are in play. And until there's an opportunity to educate our citizens around what it means when these revenue sources go away, then we can't advance this idea of how we diversify our economy or think differently about how we develop or how we think about economic development strategies for the state.
Okay, Amy, I think you're probably going to be our last question.
So make it a good one.
We'll have, yeah, Amy's better be really good. But we'll do Amy's question and then give you a minute or so to give us any closing remarks.
So from the internal staff perspective, as CEO and leader of the staff of the Business Council, can you describe the culture you would like to create for the organization?
So I think I shared yesterday when we were talking, we were in the office there, that I'm a very inclusive leader. I mean, I like to involve various members of the organization and things that we do. Very transparent. I want people to understand what our vision is, what our strategies are, what their role is in that, and to create opportunities for them to be able to understand what their measured impacts are in terms of how we advance the goals that we set out for ourselves. And it's important for me as we think about culture that people understand what it is that is available to them both personally and professionally. I've made a career over the years to position people in ways that allows them to advance. I want individuals to know that there are resources available to them to, as part of whatever their career path might look like, that they're going to be able to move on to bigger, better things, whether that's internally or maybe even externally, whatever that objective is. But also, and that all comes down to spending time with which each of the individual members within the organization understand what their goals and their aspirations are, again, professionally and professionally. So, I'd like to think that as when you come into the Business Council office, that you feel that, that there's a sense of camaraderie, cohesiveness. People understand why they're there, what their charge is, and that there's a level of passion about what we do. And if you can instill that sense, as you think about the execution of your day-to-day, it makes it that much easier. But as we think about that execution of that day-to-day, it's really important to know that there's purpose behind what we do, and that from a leadership perspective is really important that that's reinforced.
Well, thank you. And Steve, I just want to say thank you on behalf of the board and on behalf of the committee. We really appreciate your interest in the position and all the time you've taken to go through the process with us. You have been gracious, and we're filled with gratitude for that. So thank you very much. With that, though, I'd like to give you a minute or so to provide us any closing remarks.
Just with this close by saying again, again, the path to get here, I feel very fortunate, and I've appreciate the board and the thoughtfulness that's been put into this process. I get the importance of selecting the right leader for this role. I understand where the state is relative to the unique challenges that are ahead of us. But like in business, unique challenges present unique opportunities. So and I believe that with where we want to go, with the experience that I've had, the relationships, the partnerships, the body of work that's been created around economic development and supporting the state across all those various channels, that I can work with you all to advance the state's economic development agenda in a very measured and meaningful way. So I look forward to hopefully the opportunity to work with you all in the future. And again, I thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Steve. We really appreciate it again. Okay, everyone, it's almost 4:20. By 4:30, members of the board, members of the board and members of the what are you guys called? Search committee. Advisory search committee, yes. We're going to locate right next door for executive session. We will then excuse advisory search committee members from exec, and the board will continue to convene. So take a few minutes break. I do need a motion to go into executive session.
It's like 5. No, that's 5 motions.
So for the
Madam Co-Chair, point of order. Number 1, the executive session will be in room 209.
Oh.
Not room 109, 209 up the stairs.
Okay.
And we do need the motion for executive session to be for entering to discuss personnel matters. That's correct. So whoever made the motion.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make the motion to go into executive session to discuss personnel issues.
I second that.
Wonderful. Thank you, Warren. Thank you, Amy. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those on the phone are our board members on the phone. If you have any questions, please text Amy about the call-in information.
All right.
Okay. With that, we'll reconvene in executive session at 4:30. Yeah.
Yes, is Ray available? Yes, thanks.
Yes, Ray, this is Mr. Hoops. I was just checking in. I left a vehicle there on Monday, the Mercedes GLS 550. I just following up. I'm still not coming back till Friday, but I was just checking to see if you've run into any problems or if you're still good to pick up on Friday. Okay, well, I'll just plan on Friday afternoon then. Hmm. No, I wasn't. It's not that there's not that much mileage on it. It was just changed. Well, it's not original equipment. It was changed at 10,000 miles to that Pirelli. So yeah, I'm not aware of that. It's only can't have much more than 12 or 11,000 miles on it. I Oh boy. Well, thank you for making me aware of that. I will take care of that then. I appreciate the heads up. Thank you, Ray. Bye. That they won't, only have lasted. It was just changed out in a year ago. 12,000 flipping miles. About like 9,000 or something. It's hard to even. It's crazy. There is the tread indicator. Pressed. Yes, this is Alan. I'm here. Thank you.
I have a question. Then, do we have?
Forum to.
Yeah, you got it up here.
Yeah.
I didn't count.
They said they would,
That's
but.
why Warren's still here.
That's
the man. Right on.
You're good.
gonna try.
All right, we're back in regular session of the special meeting of the Wyoming Business Council Board of Directors after being in executive session. Does anyone have a motion?
I motion that we accept the direction from executive session and have Mike and Megan carry out that decision.
Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Great. Is there a motion to adjourn? Second.
Unanimous motion to adjourn.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Sorry. See you in the morning?
Yes.